万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界现在体验，请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了。还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手，帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后可以点击添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
欢迎大家收看华尔街评论。我们现在给大家播报的主要内容包括：美国需要一个新的乌克兰战略吗？苏联的继任制度很糟糕，而美国的则更糟糕。忽视移民的根源将使西方付出代价。大规模儿童在线安全执法。菲律宾为对北京采取强硬的南海立场付出代价。请大家收看：美国需要一个新的乌克兰战略吗？外交政策。在 Matt Kroenig 和 Emma Ashford 的对话中， Kroenig 认为美国及其盟友应采取一种策略来对俄罗斯施加压力，并将乌克兰锚定在西方。Kroenig 和前美国国家安全顾问 Stephen Hadley 建议乌克兰应对俄罗斯在克里米亚和西部的军队、基地和补给线进行打击和特种作战攻击。他们还主张美国及其西方支持者应向乌克兰提供更远程的武器来进行这些打击，并且援助应重点鼓励西方国防公司与乌克兰进行合资企业，以加强其国防工业基地。Kroenig 和 Hadley 认为，这种策略与他们让乌克兰加入北约并夺回失地的目标一致，可能会导致一个能够自卫的独立乌克兰。然而 Ashford 持不同意见，并主张在乌克兰采取纯粹的防御策略，称防御更便宜且依赖充足的补给。他还指出，可能没有足够的补给来支持 Kroenig 所建议的进攻行动，乌克兰专注于保护自己的领土和稳定冲突更为现实和有效。苏联的继任制度很糟糕，而美国的则更糟糕。外交政策。本文讨论了美国政治领导人的年龄和行动对美国可能面临的潜在风险和威胁，特别是乔·拜登和唐纳德·特朗普。虽然人们对拜登的年龄和身体虚弱提出了担忧，但作者认为这些问题并不对美国共和国的未来构成威胁。拜登的总统任期以能干和可预测的治理为特点，任何潜在的继任者都将按照适当的程序进行。相比之下，特朗普的行动和言论，如试图推翻2020年选举结果和对北约盟友的威胁，对美国政治体系和全球秩序构成了存在性威胁。特朗普将政治个人化并对民主原则不予理会，可能会使美国走上一条危险的道路，类似于1980年代苏联的灭亡。作者强调了北约等联盟的重要性以及他们为美国带来的好处，包括维护和平、对抗中国的影响力和促进经济繁荣。特朗普的反联盟政治和言论破坏了这些好处，可能对美国和全球秩序产生毁灭性后果。作者认为，特朗普的做法缺乏一项连贯的计划，并未考虑长期宪法安排和联盟的替代方案。相反，特朗普的行动受个人冲动和怨恨驱使，而不是民主原则。总之，本文警告说，如果美国走上类似于1980年代苏联的道路，那将是选民选择了一个危险和无能的领导人，并得到了自己政党成员的支持，他们未能维护民主原则的结果。作者呼吁认识到特朗普的行动所带来的风险，并保护对美国的力量和卓越地位至关重要的民主机构和联盟。忽视移民的根源将使西方付出代价。路透观点。据路透社的一篇专栏文章称，美国和欧洲的政治家需要解决移民的根本原因，贫困、冲突和气候变化，而不仅仅是控制边境和驱逐非法移民。文章认为， 解决这些原因对于防止极右翼民族主义政党的崛起以及移民作为一个政治问题日益分裂是必要的。此外，文章还呼吁富裕国家为移民创造合法途径，以应对劳动力短缺和人口老龄化问题。大规模儿童在线安全执法。美国企业研究所，所有参与社交媒体的玩家，包括大型平台，都希望解决儿童性剥削和虐待 CSIS 的问题。但是大量的举报导致了问题的产生。去年，华尔街日报报道了一位在线安全活动家向 Instagram 举报潜在的未成年性内容，但收到的回复是，由于我们收到的举报数量很大，我们的团队无法审核此帖子。举报数量是相当可观的。Meta 在2021年向官方渠道提交了近2700万份报告，综合起来，该平台占据了所有举报的 95%。通过路透社，在最近的听证会上，参议院司法委员会的成员批评社交媒体公司的松懈做法。然而，减少 CSIS 犯罪的一个关键方面几乎没有得到应有的关注。执法渠道面临严重的资源限制。参议员们主要关注了5项法案。停止 CSAM 法案和赚取法案都允许受害者起诉托管与他们相关的材料的平台。Shield 法案和项目安全童年法案分别规定了联邦检察官的义务。只有报告法案修改了举报流程，并且只有报告法案有所进展。该法案在2023年12月通过了参议院的一致投票。报告法案在其他变化中，将报告的保存期限从90天增加到1年，要求提供者报告可能计划或即将发生的违规行为，并提高了故意不提交报告的提供者的最高罚款额，这已经很高了。虽然报告法案旨在解决执法问题，但这个过程比许多人想象的要复杂得多。目前的 CSIS 执法框架主要是在20世纪末建立的。1984年，国会通过了失踪儿童援助法案，帮助成立了国家失踪和被剥削儿童资源中心 NMAC。 从那时起， NMAC 作为一个 501c3 组织一直是一个关键的中间机构，几乎所有的资金都来自司法部的办公室，通过其青少年司法和犯罪预防办公室，2023年约4700万美元用于处理涉嫌 CSIS 的案件。重要的是， NMAC 运营着 Cybertipline， 这是社交媒体平台预期向其报告涉嫌 CSIS 违规行为的计划。网络儿童犯罪 ICAC 特别行动组是执法中的另一个重要机构。ICAC 成立于1998年，协调和培训联邦和地方执法人员。它是执法框架的正式调查机构。ICAC 也从司法部获得大部分资金，2023年几乎为4100万美元。因此 CSIS 执法不仅仅是社交媒体平台报告潜在违规行为，执法机构及时调查这些案件。社交媒体平台标记内容并向 Cybertipline 报告，然后 NMAC 和 Cybertipline 审核内容，并将这些信息传递给61个 ICAC 特别行动组中的适当机构，然后该机构可能会启动调查。从那里，执法机构进行调查，并有可能逮捕个人，然后由前述5项法案中的联邦检察官提出指控。在听证会上，克洛布彻参议员强调了 Cybertipline 收到的举报数量。2012年至2022年间， Cybertipline 关于在线儿童性剥削的举报从 41.5 万增加到3200多万。参议员引用了司法部编制的报告，该报告描绘了一个暗淡的画面。根据司法部的记录，过去6年中，转交给 ICAC 特别行动组的 Cybertips 数量增加了近4倍。增加的大部分举报来自 Meta。在任何给定的年份， Meta 在 Facebook 和 Instagram 上的举报材料占所有 Cybertips 的 95%。正如司法部的报告所解释的那样， ICAC 特别行动组感到有义务调查他们收到的每一个 Cybertip， 而不考虑其质量。但是他们没有足够的资源来跟上 Cybertips 的增长。换句话说，各个执法部门的资金并没有跟上越来越多的举报。而且随着报告法案的出台，举报的动机正在对齐。但是 ICAC 的资金只增加了 34%， 迫使 ICAC 对调查案件进行优先排序。与平台试图进行大规模内容审查一样，执法机构在开展执法工作方面也面临困难。 这个挑战凸显了联邦执法战略在构思和实施上迫切需要范式转变。也许应该增加资金，但根本上需要重新思考执法机制。它们应该像监管的平台一样具有动态和可扩展性。一、儿童性虐待材料 CSAM 只是儿童性剥削和虐待 CSEA 的一种特别恶劣形式。另请参阅关于 Meta 和未成年人、过滤器和文件、前进的不确定路径、廉价伪造品和肮脏政治、检查操纵媒体和平台责任、保护儿童在线需要共同责任、沉迷社交媒体滥用诉讼需要了解的内容和一些要点。原文链接 https://3w.ai.org Technology and Innovation Child Online Safety Enforcement at Scale。 菲律宾为对北京采取强硬的南海立场付出代价。南华早报评论版：菲律宾在南中国海争端中承担了最大的风险，但其不一致和令人失望的结果解释了为什么其他东南亚声索国不太可能效仿其做法。虽然菲律宾揭露了中国在争议水域的非法行动，并集结了当地和国际支持，但北京方面仍然不为所动，并对其较小的邻国施加了更大的压力。透明度的做法导致了军事现代化的提升，并重新振兴了与美国的联盟，但也造成了国内的分裂。菲律宾与中国的商品贸易近年来增长，但政治因素使其成为中国基础设施资本的不可靠投资目的地。菲律宾在南中国海问题上的策略正在发展，并且其结果为其他声索国提供了一些见解。台湾灾难，外交事务。中国对台湾的潜在吞并或入侵将对美国及其盟友产生灾难性后果。台湾的战略位置是日本防御的重要支点，阻止了中国对美国在西太平洋地区盟友的威胁。此外，台湾的降服将阻碍该地区的民主愿望，并对经济造成严重后果，因为台湾是先进微芯片的主要生产国。失去台湾的芯片将破坏全球供应链，引发全球经济衰退，并有可能引发各国争相发展自己的核武库。台湾的重要性超越了其战略和经济意义。它是一个完全成熟的自由民主国家，也是该地区包括中国在内的民主愿望的希望之光。台湾强大的民主制度在全球排名第8，超过亚洲所有国家。台湾人民享有言论自由、性别平等和经济繁荣。失去台湾作为一个民主的选择，将对全球民主造成打击。中国对台湾的吞并还将产生地缘政治影响，它将使中国能够在亚洲及其他地区展示实力，挑战美国作为全球超级大国的地位。它可能导致核击联，亚洲的美国盟友如日本和韩国可能会发展自己的核武器，这将进一步破坏该地区的稳定，并有可能导致其他地区的核扩散。总之，中国对台湾的潜在吞并或入侵将对美国及其盟友产生灾难性后果。它将破坏全球供应链，威胁该地区的民主制度，并削弱美国的安全保障。国际社会必须认识到台湾主权的重要性，并采取行动阻止中国的侵略行为。以色列是否正在失去对长远目标的追求？外交事务。以色列在加沙的军事行动在西方观察家和以色列媒体中有着截然不同的看法。西方媒体将这次行动描绘为失败，造成了肆意破坏和大规模的痛苦，而以色列媒体则将其描绘为成功，摧毁了地道并杀死了高级哈马斯指挥官。然而，实际情况介于两者之间。以色列在实现目标方面取得了进展，但在某些方面也存在不足。以色列在加沙面临着3个重叠的挑战：处理10月份袭击的直接肇事者，摧毁哈马斯的力量和基础设施，以及解决巴勒斯坦人口中对武装抵抗的支持。以色列在前2个挑战上取得了强大的进展，但在第3个挑战上失败了。对哈马斯的支持正在增长，以色列正在输掉公共关系战争。以色列需要通过确保加沙平民的福祉和提供人道主义援助来解决它的350万问题。它还需要为战后加沙的未来提供一个愿景。如果以色列能够解决这些问题，它可能能够为自己争取更多时间来实现目标。陆军军官的离职潮即将变得更加严重。英国电讯报评论版：英国军队正以惊人的速度失去高度训练有素的人员。过去1年，离开陆军和皇家空军 RAF 的军官人数超过了过去10年的任何时候。 财政部要求对所有军队的实物福利，包括住房，征收税款，除非根据需求分配。军官的家庭住房 SFA 正在被取消，所有家庭住房将根据家庭规模分配。这导致军官们以更大的数量离开军队，使英国的国防能力面临风险。美国房地产是一出即将转变为宏观的微型戏剧。路透观点，根据 Breaking News 的报道，下一次金融危机可能由美国商业房地产违约潮引发。在未来2年内，美国商业抵押贷款将到期 1.5 万亿美元，给整个房地产市场带来压力。该问题被归咎于过去2年利率的快速上升，导致房地产价值下降，而租户支付更高租金的推动力有限。报告指出，商业房地产困境已经开始出现。KKR 和纽约社区银行管理的上市房地产基金在房地产抵押贷款上遭受损失。报告还指出，小型银行尤其面临风险，因为他们更多的暴露于非住宅物业贷款。违约的连锁效应可能会很广泛，非住宅房地产占美国资产负债表规模小于1000亿美元的银行贷款的1/3，但在规模超过1000亿美元的机构中仅占8%。吉兰丹州颠覆伊斯兰教法推动揭示了伊斯兰党的政治手法。南华早报评论版，上周，大约1000名马来西亚人聚集在该国联邦法院外抗议一项具有里程碑意义的裁决。该裁决宣布，在吉兰丹州扩大伊斯兰教法是违宪的。这项裁决是在今年早些时候，一位穆斯林律师和他的女儿提起的宪法审查之后做出的。他们质疑该州伊斯兰教刑事法的修正案。联邦法院裁定吉兰丹州议会越权，试图制定属于联邦管辖范围的法律。这项裁决引发了争议和批评，来自伊斯兰党的支持者认为这一决定违背了伊斯兰原则。各位观众朋友大家好，我是来自6度世界的6博士，是你们的观察员。今天我们一起来看看最近的几条新闻。首先是关于美国对乌克兰的战略问题。有人认为美国应该对俄罗斯采取更强硬的态度，并支持乌克兰，但也有人持不同意见，认为防守策略更加现实和有效。这是一个很重要的问题，我们应该关注。接下来是关于美国政治领导人的问题。有人担心拜登的年龄和身体状况，但我们应该相信他能够有效地管理国家。相比之下，特朗普的行动和言论对美国和全球秩序构成了威胁。我们应该保护民主机构和联盟，以保护美国的力量和地位。第3条新闻是关于移民问题。政治家们应该解决移民的根本原因，而不仅仅是控制边境和驱逐非法移民。这是一个很重要的问题，我们应该关注。第4条新闻是关于儿童在线安全的执法问题。我们应该重视这个问题，并提供足够的资源和支持给执法机构，以保护儿童的安全。第5条新闻是关于菲律宾在南中国海问题上的立场。菲律宾付出了很大的代价，但结果并不理想。这是一个很困难的问题，我们应该关注。接下来是关于台湾的问题。中国对台湾的吞并或入侵将对美国和全球产生灾难性的后果。台湾的重要性超越了战略和经济意义，它是一个自由民主国家，也是全球民主的希望之光。我们应该保护台湾的主权，并阻止中国的侵略行为。最后一条新闻是关于英国军队的问题。英国正以惊人的速度失去高度训练有素的人员，这对国防能力构成了风险。这是一个很重要的问题，我们应该关注。以上就是我对这几条新闻的简要分析和观点，希望大家喜欢。现在请大家发言，你有什么样的想法呢？谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报。更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
We're here to have a conversation tonight about the China challenge and America's future. And this is a very important conversation, and I'm thrilled to be here with my friend and colleague and former director of the Belfer Center, Graham Allison. It's a high-stakes conversation because, as we all know, gathered here, that this is the most consequential bilateral relationship in the world, and that there may be disagreements about how to handle the relationship, but at its core, I think there's a general agreement that the objective is to ensure that a war between the United States and China is avoided. We're now almost into 80 years of a period with no great power conflict, and the real challenge going forward for the next decade or longer is how to preserve that peace. And so the special committee that these two congressmen have been working on and are in charge of has been tasked with trying to come up with bipartisan policy initiatives to try to achieve that objective. I will give them the opportunity to really flesh out the purpose of the commission or the committee in just a moment or two. But I'd like to say Graham and I have had the opportunity to spend part of the day with both of them. They're both very distinguished thought leaders in this space, Chairman Gallagher and the ranking committee member, Raja Krishnamurthy, and they are approaching this with the kind of deliberation and thoughtfulness that you would really want your leaders to approach such a serious problem with. And they're doing it in a genuinely bipartisan manner, which is something we all know is not as common as we would like it to be today. And so I really commend the approach that they've taken, the way they have genuinely worked together, despite undoubtedly having many differences, to try to address these really tough and challenging problems. So what I thought I would do, Graham and I have agreed that we will kind of go back and forth and ask a few questions before opening it to our audiences. But I'd like to start maybe just, Chairman Gallagher, to ask you to just tell our audience a little bit more, actually both of you, welcome to hear your thoughts, a little bit more about the special committee and its objective and where you are on the timeline of your report.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for being flexible with the timing. We cannot get stuck in Boston tomorrow. There are some significant votes that are going to happen tomorrow. Impeachment Part 2. May have heard a little bit about that last week. So missing that would not be a good idea, but we've had a phenomenal day here, and just the collection of experts that you have here in the ecosystem is incredible. And for someone who 10 years ago aspired to be an academic and was sort of incorporating Professor Allison's work into my literature review, it's somewhat surreal to be surrounded by people whose work I've long admired. So thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership, Megan. There's a statutory language that describes what we're supposed to do that's somewhat boring. I'll just sort of tell you my interpretation of it. And I've sort of operated under the ask forgiveness, not permission rule over the last year. And the good news is, since the speakers of the House keep changing, there's really nobody to do oversight of me. But I sort of think we kind of have two core functions. One is a communication function, is to try and explain to our colleagues and the American people why any of this matters, because there's no cost-free strategy that leads us to deterring a war in the near term and winning this competition over the long term. You're going to have to convince the American people to do things that are hard and difficult and cost money, and unless you explain the why you should be concerned about CCP intellectual property theft, or a genocide in Xinjiang, or the balance of power across the Taiwan Strait, you're just not going to generate that support. So that constant communication of why this matters is a core part of what we do. It's why we've tried to do a lot of creative things that a normal committee doesn't do, like a rally outside of an illegal CCP police station, or going to Iowa to look at farmland purchases and seed theft and things like that. The second thing is to act as, for both the speaker and the minority leader, to kind of act as their policy incubator and accelerator on China matters, right? We were tasked by law with coming up with a set of policy recommendations in various areas that we then submit to the committees of jurisdiction, who actually have legislative jurisdiction. We fulfilled that function and put out 3 major reports by the end of last year. And now we're focusing our efforts on turning all those ideas into legislative reality, kind of taking the 150 recommendations we have, winning them down into the 20 most essential, and figuring out, okay, no kidding, even in a divided Congress where Republicans and Democrats don't agree on much, these are the things we can actually get done. And the reason that's so important, I just would add, and this is where Raj's expertise has been phenomenal, and I could not ask for a better ranking member to work with. I've really had a privilege, like, as I step back and consider the end of my congressional career, of working with on two of these things now. I chaired the Cyberspace Solarium Commission with Angus King, and that was just phenomenal. And Angus is a great American. We became genuine friends. And then to have that opportunity again to work with someone I truly admire across the aisle has been great, and it's set the tone for everything. So thank you, Raja, for your productive partnership. But where his expertise really comes in is on the investigation side. We have subpoena authority, we have investigative oversight power, and even where we can't pass a law, we found that our investigation, which is uncomfortable sometimes for people that we're investigating, can actually change behavior in industry and Wall Street and other areas. So those are kind of the things we've done on the committee, and it's been incredibly rewarding. In fact, we've been criticized for being too bipartisan at times. So.
Would you like to add anything to that before we
Sure.
further?
Look, I think that I echo Mike's sentiments.
I almost stole your water, Raj. Sorry.
That's okay. It's bipartisan, man.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, the funniest meeting, one of the funniest meetings we've had is the first meeting, Mike, where we met in then Speaker McCarthy's conference room. And his conference room is like ginormous, like the size of this room. And he sat at one of the end of the table. The members of the committee sat around that table. And very interestingly, to his left sat Hakeem Jeffries. And they made it a point to address us jointly as a committee. And basically what then Speaker McCarthy said was, look, this is so important. I wanted Hakeem to sit next to me and address you together and say, we've got to get this right, and we need to speak with one voice, despite all the other divisions that exist in this Congress. And then he said, you know, if you want to get something done, this is the committee. If you want to do politics, I've got other committees for that. And so that really sunk in on day one. I think that really set the tone. He selected people for the committee, by the way, who I have to say are some of the real talents in Congress, very serious people, have intellectual curiosity, and are willing to, we're not even really divided on partisan lines. Sometimes we're just divided based on, people being, more sensitive to the concerns of one part of the country or another. And so that really makes for interesting discussions. So I would just say that initial selection of the membership, along with the mission statement of the committee, really set the tone. And under Mike's leadership and mine, we've managed to kind of implement something that I think is, perhaps a model for other committees as well.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn to Graham to ask a question. We all know Graham has been a keen observer of China and its trajectories, and I have no doubt he has a tough question.
About 20 questions, but let me start with one from the conversation at lunch that Megan hosted a lunch for experts and the president of Harvard and MIT and others, a lively discussion. And one of the things that I thought was most striking for both Raja and Mike was that you raised some questions that you said you actually didn't know the answer to, but you were very interested in trying to engage the academy or students or others in trying to think about those questions. And since that's the business that we're in, this is like, manna from heaven for people that are at a university. So I think it'd be interesting for the audience to hear about, if you were picking 2 or 3 questions, which if somebody wrote a good memo, or that then could include a little bit longer paper. So in my list here of ones that I mentioned, but you just pick whichever you want. One was on deterrence, and if the objective is to deter World War III, what are the instruments of American power that could be mobilized to that end, and how we're doing? And in particular, what about the economic one, Mike, you mentioned? Another question you raised that you said you were very interested in trying to get people to offer some answers to is, so where is this going? What is the 20 or 30-year vision of, I think you said containment, constrainment, whatever. What do you think you guys are, what's the longer run? Well, I mean, my goodness, you're this select committee. You're supposed to know the answers to these things. But if there are questions which people in the university should be wrestling with, give us the questions, and then maybe some of us will stir ourselves and even provide a memo. Yeah.
Well, I think, Professor, you've mentioned the two that continue to haunt me, and I hope we can actually use, now that we've sort of fulfilled the short-term demands of the committee, use this next year of the committee's work to look at the longer-term competition. It's actually why we're here looking at biotech issues and hearing from experts to figure out what are the longer-term investments we can make to put ourselves in a better position and defend ourselves. But yeah, it strikes me that we have consensus on the near-term goal of U.S. policy that, Megan, you mentioned, which is to deter the PLA invasion of Taiwan, or some move on, the second Thomas Shoal in the Philippines, or something that would ignite a conflict. We can argue about the best way to do that, and there's a subsidiary question about, do economic instruments deter, or where do they fit in an overall deterrence paradigm? One thing we kind of discovered when we did a variety of war games is that even as we maintain strategic ambiguity with respect to Taiwan, whether we would get involved, it might make sense to have strategic clarity on the nature of our economic response, right? Like we want to work out the economic and financial escalation ladder prior to things going boom, because we have a well thought out theory on the conventional military side, and to some respect even on the strategic military side, but not on the economic and financial side. So that's like 20 questions contained in there. On the sort of just the long-term goal that I hope we can examine in this year's work, yeah, I don't think there's any consensus on that, right? I think there are some on the super hawkish side of the spectrum that would argue for regime change, or just would point to the inherent brittleness of a Marxist-Leninist regime and hope that one day it implodes of its own weight and that something better will come. But what is something? But do we have enough insight into the internal dynamics of the CCP to have confidence that if Xi Jinping were to leave tomorrow, or the party were to collapse, which it's not going to, that it would be less chaotic and better for human flourishing and world stability? Do we want a containment paradigm? Matt Pottinger, our mutual friend, has talked about constrainment when he testified before the committee. Or is there some who suggest that by re-engaging with the party, we could eventually return to a responsible stakeholder thesis? I don't know. That's a lot of work that we have to continue to do, and hopefully Harvard can answer that question, and I'll just put my name on it and take credit for it. So.
Can I just build on that by asking, so some critics of the U.S. approach say you're trying to weaken China, you're trying to destroy China. What would you say to that? Are we trying to weaken China? Is that the objective? Is it more about changing behavior? How would you describe, even though recognizing, as you said, there's still a lot of debate about the long-term end state, but what is the objective?
I have not heard a single person on our committee talk about trying to hurt China, harm China, kick them while they're down, do something that would stunt their economic development. What we talk about constantly is we can't get into the mind of Xi Jinping. Although Xi Jinping, we believe, based on his writings, his speeches, which we have become very familiar with, is a committed ideologue. He's somebody unlike anybody else we've seen in the modern era, and his, as you know, his hero is Mao Zedong. He wants to be a Mao, And so the question that I'm constantly asking is, will he change course? And what would it take to change his course? And so what are the combination of carrots and sticks that might alter a course of going from economic aggression to something different, going from technological aggression to something different, going from military aggression to something different? And so I think conducting high-level diplomacy is essential. I think that doing what we have talked about and that got incorporated into our National Defense Authorization Act, which is policy to increase deterrence, is essential. However, we've got to hedge our bets. And what I mean by that is, if someday there is a way that Xi Jinping decides he is going to move more aggressively than he is right now, how would we handle that? And what would we do? And how would we work with our allies and partners to deal with that? That's kind of the big question. It's like hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Yeah. I can just add really quickly. I think even I think I'm appropriately viewed as a China hawk. I think our strategy is fundamentally a defensive one, right? We're trying to defend the status quo from authoritarian aggression, or we're trying to reduce or eliminate the worst behavior of the regime, like a genocide in Xinjiang. There's no one who's talking about some offensive strategy designed. I actually don't think I've heard too many people talking about a regime change strategy, or certainly anything involving territorial acquisition. We're just trying to preserve the status quo. And I think, at least within my party, we're having this brutal debate about the nature of foreign engagements and foreign commitments. And a lot of that is sort of the legacy of the Iraq War, where we debated the sort of role of nation building and democratization as part of U.S. grand strategy. I think, like, when it comes to Taiwan, there's something fundamentally different in my mind about helping a existing and flourishing democracy, one of the freest societies in the world, defend itself from authoritarian aggression. And I don't think that's fundamentally an aggressive strategy. And even where I am promoting like us pushing back in some area, I view it as we're waking up and defending ourselves from the economic warfare that the CCP has waged against us for decades, or the ideological offensive they're launching every day on our social media platforms, which, by the way, aren't allowed inside of China. So that to me is just waking up and defending ourselves and pushing back. I don't view it as some, like, we're trying to hurt China per se. And I think the Chinese people are often hurt by the regime, particularly when we look the other way towards egregious human rights abuses.
I was going to ask one follow-up and turning it back to Graham afterwards. So, not about weakening China, about changing behavior. I presume you're making a distinction there between changing behavior and changing Xi Jinping's worldview, just looking at changing behavior. What about the balance of changing domestic behavior versus international behavior? I mean, this is one of the things that emerged from the lessons from Iraq and Afghanistan is the challenge of remaking societies. But then again, you might say we're not touching domestic, but I've heard both of you talk about the Uyghurs and the genocide happening against the Uyghurs. So if you could just share a little bit of your thinking on that.
Well, thank you. That's a great point, Megan. I think that with regard to the Uyghurs, just so everybody knows in this room what's going on, there are 23 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang province, which is a northwest province in China. There's an active genocide happening, meaning they're trying to erase the identity of 23 million people. 70,000 women have been sterilized, forcibly sterilized, hundreds of thousands of children forcibly separated from their parents, and 2 to 3 million in concentration camps as we speak tonight. That is kind of, to me, something that we cannot look away from. And so while generally I don't think that we should be meddling or trying to reshape the internal affairs of different countries, I think in this instance, when you have a genocide with regard to the Uyghur people, or a cultural genocide with the Tibetans, or repression of the Hong Kongers, I think we have to speak up. Our tool for that, however, is the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, with regard to trying to deal with the genocide in Xinjiang. It's it's not very well enforced. And that's the big problem, one of the things that we found out in the course of our proceedings, and so that's something that we have to fix if we're serious about dealing with this. Otherwise, I think, with regard to other domestic affairs, I don't think we've really gotten into that. I think obviously we can talk about that further. That's, I think, certainly an issue that Xi Jinping is very concerned about, especially economically. And maybe that's something that we should be keeping in mind with regard to our own relationship and how we handle them right now. But we're more concerned, I think, with regard to our relationship with the CCP and their treatment of our friends, partners, and allies in the region.
Great, thank you.
So there's so many questions here. So let me take a slightly disagreeing perspective here. So yes, of course, nobody can read Xi Jinping's mind, but we have a very good intelligence community. They know a lot about it. Actually, he had a daughter who studied at Harvard. So, he's not somebody from from outer space. He knows a lot of people whom a lot of Americans know. So, and if you ask him, what is he about? He says very explicitly, I just think, listen to what he says, as you have done. He wants to make China great again. That was a banner he unfurled before Trump did. The great rejuvenation of the great Chinese people. He has a strategy for doing that. He's explained what it is. We're going to first have the biggest economy in the world. We're secondly going to be the most important trading partner of everybody in the world. We're going to then build a military that's able to fight and win, but in any case, from his point of view, defend our own position, which he thinks includes Taiwan as one of his renegade provinces. So I think, I read what he says. It looks to me like that's what he's doing. Looks at the behavior, seems quite understandable. And again, I suspect that I'm in some ways harder to the right and harder to the left than both of you on these issues. I think that if I were Chinese, I would sign up for that. There's 4 times as many people. They're hardworking and smart. Why shouldn't they be half as wealthy as Americans? And if they were, they would have twice the GDP. And if they had twice the GDP, they would have twice the defense budget and the intelligence operation and the technology. And if they had that, why would they be interested in having the US Navy as the arbiter of events in seas that they call the South China Sea and the East China Sea? So it looks to me like a historical pattern, as you know, I've written about that I've seen forever. Now, from our point of view, we believe, and I believe very strongly, that the international order that the US created after World War II, and that, as Megan mentioned to start with, has given us 78 years without a great power war, is absolutely fantastic for Americans, but even more so for Chinese, and for Japanese, and for Taiwanese, and for basically it's an order in which we've seen better, faster increases in people's well-being. So we're not about to walk away from that. And we watch this play out in the Pacific. I would say it's going to be very bumpy, very difficult. But I don't think I cannot imagine explaining to Xi Jinping why he should not aspire for China to be all it can be. Yeah. And I can't imagine explaining to me as an American why America being number one is not the best of the 2 options. So I would say that defines our problems.
Yeah, would you concede though that, recognizing that he says one thing to a foreign audience, says one thing at APEC and another to the party, and at Davos, Leo He will say one thing to all the asset managers in the world, and then they'll say another thing when they're back home to their domestic audience. Would you think it's too much of a stretch to say his goal, and actually if you analyze what him and Putin have both said together, is that they have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to disrupt, if not destroy, the US-led global order? Do you think that's too much of a stretch?
I would say that's a little bit of a stretch, but I think he wants to shift. He would like to have an international order in which China is as central to that order as we would like to have an American-led international order in which we're central to that. So in that sense, if I take Lee Kuan Yew, whom I took to be the world's best China and Xi watcher, when asked the question, I did a little back and forth interviews with him about this. So question, is Xi Jinping serious, and his colleagues, about displacing the US as the predominant power in Asia in the foreseeable future? And he had a way in which he would look at you if you would ask a dumb question and kind of smile in his eyes with you. He said, of course, why not? Who could imagine otherwise? How could they not aspire to be number one?
Can I jump in on your colloquy? I think that this is really fascinating, except that I think Xi Jinping cares about those things, but I think the most important thing that he cares about is Xi Jinping. He needs to be atop the CCP, and the CCP needs to be central, needs to be in charge of China. Absolutely. And so if we talk about primacy of China in the Indo-Pacific region being one of those goals, if it comes in direct conflict potentially with Xi Jinping being number one, paramount leader, I know which one will win out. And so we have to create the situation where the cost benefit for him is such that he recognizes that he can't have both, and he should probably opt for one. And that would be the one that's the peace, peace option.
100%. Number one, I need to be the leader. Okay. Number two, the Communist Party needs to be the vanguard leading the country. And then third, how do I achieve that? And our objective is to try to create conditions in which his attempt to achieve that are consistent with our interests.
Yeah. Well, it seems like everybody agrees, even like the more dovish and hawkish people that are engaged in this issue, that their regional vision is one in which they are the sun and everything orbits around them, whereas we would like to sort of see a situation in which they are Jupiter, very big, but not like the center of gravity, and that our alliance system is the center of gravity, right? I'm increasingly persuaded that that's not only their regional vision, but also their global vision, where they want to displace us as the dominant superpower, and therefore also increasingly persuaded that those of us who want to defend the existing order and those in the CCP who want to disrupt, if not destroy, sorry, I can't find a more polite way to put that, that order, that these two worldviews, like to use a Kennan phrase, there can be no modus vivendi between the two. So we can either embrace that very competitive, high-stakes dynamic and compete aggressively, or let me put it even more provocatively. I mean, what do I have to lose? I'm leaving Congress. Like actually wage Cold War with the creativity and alacrity with which we waged it against the Soviet Union, recognizing that there are actually much worse things than Cold War. There is hot war,
right,
and there's surrender. So those two things would be much worse. So I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just trying to stir the pot.
I got to jump in.
Yeah.
Here, but can I jump in?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, you and I have a no limits partnership.
That's right.
Let's just make that very clear. However, we don't want a Cold War. We don't want a hot war. We don't want conflict of any kind. I don't think the American people want this. And you see this in the way that my constituents react on this issue. And we've looked at the polling on this. I'll just share this very briefly. Recently, a poll was taken of all Americans, all parties, and it showed that something like, better than 50% of Americans believe that there's going to be a better than 50-50 chance of war in the next 10 years between the US and China. They view China as the one of the top strategic threats, biggest competitors, et cetera. But then in that same poll, 75% of Americans, and this is across Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, all said, avoid war. Now you might be wondering who's that 25%. But 75% is like, avoid war. And I think what they're saying is, look, instead of preparing for conflict, work to mitigate conflict. And I think that the language that we use to describe the relationship, the language that we use to describe how we should have the competition even is important. And also in that poll, they said, help us in our everyday lives. Reduce fentanyl, do everything you can to reduce economic aggression and economic dumping of goods that drive our businesses out of operation. And then do everything you can to stop the freaking cyber hacking and intellectual property theft. That's what they said. And so I think that we obviously have to work on deterring conflict, but I think that if we adopt the Cold War mentality, I'm concerned that we're going to trip into something else.
Great. So I'm going to resist the urge to quote Reagan, peace through strength. It seemed like an opportune moment to do that, especially with Representative Gallagher on stage.
If you want peace, prepare for war. If you want peace, wage Cold War.
Oh.
So I don't know what the Latin version of that is.
It's not as catchy.
Yeah.
It's translated into Latin.
I'd like to go back. So we're agreeing on we need to dissuade and affect the calculations of Xi Jinping or the Chinese Communist Party. So let's talk a little bit about the tools that we have to do that and what you're thinking of when you look at the tools that you can make recommendations on, that you're suggesting employing. We've got sanctions, we have export controls, we have diplomacy. We're always emphasizing here that a tool is not a strategy, but a strategy is a confluence of different uses of tools. But in my mind, I think the thing that might matter the most in affecting the behavior of the Chinese Communist Party is their perception of American strength.
Yeah.
And so when you think about your recommendations, how much are you focused on affecting American policy towards China or towards our allies vis-a-vis China? And how much are you focused on American competitiveness at home? Do you have the mandate to do both? And what is your perception of the toolkit?
You know, we do. I think the bias I brought into the debate is, I do think that while deterrence is like highly over-determined, the most important variable is like the specific balance of hard power capabilities, right? I actually think that's the thing Xi Jinping is probably paying the most attention to. I could be wrong. I mean, I could support it with historical case studies. Like, at least that was true in the previous 3 Taiwan Strait crises we were talking about earlier. So like the things we must absolutely do are things like rebuild our munitions industrial base and make sure that there is a robust set of stockpiles of things like long-range anti-ship missiles in theater so that it just looks so, a military takeover of Taiwan looks so unpalatable that he wouldn't try it. And he would actually fear for his regime's survival because he would likely fail in that effort. But I think in doing the committee's work, I've gained a much greater respect for the economic and technological and ideological aspects of the competition. I also think they're much more complex. Maybe that's just me because I'm a military guy, so the military stuff makes more sense to me. But the fundamental dilemma we confront, at least that's come out in our war games, is we are, you know, to use Elon Musk's phrase, like we are conjoined twins with China economically. It is so hard to disentangle. And that's what makes this different than our competition with the Soviet Union. We didn't have to contemplate de-risking or diversification or selective decoupling because our economies didn't really interact. Where now, when we did our economic war game in New York, it was like every lever we pulled had 4 or 5 like boomerang effects on us. And I'll stop here before I go on too long. My only big takeaway from that is, you know, as painful as figuring that out is and where we need to actually onshore, nearshore, friendshore, the sooner we do it, the less painful it is. The problem does not age well. And there are areas where we're going to have to spend some money or create a very creative mix of sticks and carrots to reduce the coercive leverage the CCP has over us in things like advanced or active pharmaceutical ingredients.
So on that front, we absolutely have to improve our competitiveness at home. And I urge everybody to take a look at our economic report that we released in December. It was painstakingly negotiated, like almost every word. And our staff, I see our staff chuckling in the audience right now. It really was. But that was the only way we could get 24 members to sign on to this particular report. And the part of the report that I like to talk about is the third part. It's called, the report is called Reset, Prevent, and Build. And I like the build part because there we talk about, for instance, fixing our our horrible legal immigration system right now, which is driving away the very talent that we need to prepare for any competition, not just with the CCP, but anybody else in the world. Another issue is upgrading the skills of our workforce, especially skills-based vocational education for technologies of the future. And then I'll just mention a third, which is investing in basic science, investing in applied science, investing in every science in between. The type of stuff that we saw was what Ginkgo Bioworks was able to capitalize on, or any number of tech companies, Megan, that you introduced us to today, that have excelled taking basic government research, applying it, and then commercializing it for the world.
Yeah.
Great. Great.
So let me take you to more concrete, and I agree if we had to choose between Cold War, hot war, and surrender, Cold War is a very good option, but I think we can probably do better than that. But the Army always has, sayings of sort for explaining the inexplicable. And one of them, they say, is the say-do gap. And the say-do gap is, well, of course we say this, but there seems to be a little gap about what we do. Yeah. So you all have in the committee kept hammering on Taiwan, and you even call it a immediate vulnerability, a window of vulnerability, and so forth. a message that not generally agreed to by, I think, most of the rest of the space. And then in particular, if I look at what we do as compared to what we say, it would be fantastic if Taiwan were porcupine. I've been hammering that for like 25 years. Yeah. I think it will require a DNA transplant, okay? And if I say, what are we doing to arm Taiwan? I remember what we say. I answer myself about what we do. So let me give like a specific example. So Sandy Winnefeld, who was the vice chair, who I think has done the best analysis of this, said the most important thing to be done if you were trying to make Taiwan somewhat more defensible against an attack would be to have shore-to-ship missiles like harpoons. Yeah. So now I look here and I say, how are we doing? So facts. We announced a major harpoon deal with Taiwan in 2020, but no delivery date. We then re-announced it again in 2023. Most people had even forgotten we announced it before, with no delivery date. Then we were pressed on a delivery date. We said, how about 2029? Yeah. So,
it's actually worse than that, because some of the harpoon deals go back to 2015, and the backlog is near $20 billion of things that have been approved but not delivered to Taiwan. So that, I mean, and if you want to understand how that's possible, part of it actually is Congress's fault. And the executive branch, because jurisdiction over foreign military sales is split between different committees, or the Foreign Affairs Committee has primary jurisdiction, and the Armed Services Committee does most military things, and it sort of creates a natural, lack of accountability and oversight. And then within the administration, correspondingly, the State Department has a great deal of authority that is often disconnected from what the military wants to do. It's a huge failure of policy. And to relate a point we were talking about earlier today, both for that and for maximizing production of critical munitions, harpoons, SM-6, I mentioned LRASMs earlier, JASM, JADM-ER, containerized fires, like all these things we know we need in the Pacific. The only thing that's going to make that happen, and I hate to admit this as a legislator whose view is that the Article 1 should be the most powerful branch of government. That's what the framers intended and were indeed worried about, but the executive branch has grown more powerful now. The only thing that's going to make that happen or convince the Pentagon bureaucracy to change the way it does business is for a Secretary of Defense empowered by a president to actually wake up every single day going to war with his own bureaucracy. Secretary Gates just talked to our committee 2 weeks ago, and if you read his memoir and you recount the MRAP chapter, like that's the lesson that comes out of that. So there are areas, I concede the point where we could do things, and if we could do it in 2 years, if we actually believed our rhetoric. Like if we actually thought World War III was on the horizon, like we would be moving heaven and earth to prevent that. That's the challenge. And democracies just usually aren't good at that, right? We're good at crisis response because we activate thousands of flexible, free-thinking people, but we just can't move to prevent the crisis in the first place. If you read T.R. Fehrenbach's famous history of the Korean War, he talks about this as the enduring weakness of free peoples relative to dictatorships, which is a really difficult dilemma.
I'm trying to figure out, am I listening to a conversation about China or climate change? Because we have the same problem when it comes to climate change. I'd like to turn to our audience. So I encourage people to stand up. And you can line up. We've got 4 microphones in different places. And
I see the great David Gergen back there. How are you, sir?
There is the great David Gergen.
You were phenomenally helpful to me throughout my congressional career, and I thank you, sir.
Fantastic. David has had an incredible role in helping people move into public service, and particularly helping veterans move into public service. So really grateful to David for that. I think everyone here knows the rules. Please introduce yourself and please ask a question. We have a relatively short time and flights to make, and I want to get as much as we can in this short period. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. Congressman Gallagher and Congressman Krishnamurti. Thank you for the great work you're doing in this committee. My name is Maximos Medici from ACS and a student of public policy. I would like to know, looking at different tools that we can use to improve our relationship with China. How do you see cultural exchange as a way to increase the trust and build, some of that opportunities for diplomacy in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you. First, we want our pandas back. Yeah. Okay, that's very important. But no, seriously, I think that I want to talk about that. But I want to also say one thing that our committee did at the very outset that was really important, that I would like to see happen more and more with other public officials, which is we have to avoid xenophobia. We have to avoid anti-Asian hate. We have to avoid bigotry and prejudice of all kinds towards Chinese origin people. And unfortunately, that's infecting the rhetoric of way too many people, not only in Washington, D.C., but around the country. And I want to just salute Mike and the Republicans on this committee for keeping that out of the dialogue. That's one way to sink the relationship. And so I think to improve the relationship more and more on a people-to-people basis, I think we have to avoid that type of talk, okay? Secondly, I think we have to build those people-to-people ties that really help to cement the relationship and did so in the past. For instance, we talked today about reinstituting the Fulbright Scholarship in China. Donald Trump ended the Fulbright Scholarship. It doesn't make any sense. We need our people to be able to go to China, learn about the country, and be able to bring back what they learn here, and also in the process form those ties that bind over time. The last thing I'll just say on that is we need to also foster the people-to-people relationships between our own diaspora here and over there. And so I'd like to see more flights instituted again between places like, Chicago, where I represent, used to have at least 2 daily flights a day to China before the pandemic. And now it's like once every few days, there's a daily flight to Hong Kong from Chicago. Just little things like that are really important for improving the people-to-people and cultural exchanges, and also, the business ties as well, all the small business people who are going back and forth. I think things like that would make a difference.
We also need a direct flight from Green Bay, Wisconsin to Washington, D.C. That would improve my life dramatically. Okay, so it won't shock you to learn I'm slightly more skeptical that such exchanges will improve the behavior of the regime, though I understand the logic. I will say this, to win this competition, or just to have a coherent strategy at all, we need deep regional expertise, like deep, and we are very bad at cultivating that in the military and even in the intelligence community. In part because I see the intelligence community kind of adopting the military model where people just move from assignment to assignment every 2 years, and it's hard to hover over a target. Deep language, regional, and cultural expertise. And we did that in the old Cold War quite well. And so I would encourage all of you who are interested in the great problems of international politics to really go deep on an area. I sort of confronted this problem when I was trying to be a modern day Lawrence of Arabia, like an Arabist. And my initial instinct was to be a generalist, but I got some wise advice to sort of focus on a very small part of the region. And I actually think that paid dividends in my career. And I often think, even looking at the think tank community in DC, there's a dearth of Indonesia experts, Philippines experts, even India experts, I would say. And that's the generation of foreign policy professionals we need to cultivate. And part of that is travel and living in the region for long periods of time, if that makes sense.
As someone who lived in Indonesia.
There we go. We got one.
Well, it was a long time ago when I left college. Please, up in the balcony.
Hi, Dwight Hutchins, mid-career, 1996. Interesting you say that about the region. I spent the last 10 years with my family living in Singapore, and there was a palpable feeling that the U.S. wasn't there anymore, especially as China felt like it was everywhere, right? In all the different countries, from a business standpoint, from a public policy standpoint, from a diplomacy standpoint. And while sitting there during the pandemic, I read these 2 books back to back. I shouldn't have. Chip War and The Next World War, 2034, by the NATO commander. And they scared me to death, right? Because, you say we should move our supply chains to places that are friendly, there's no other place to make computer chips in the world besides Taiwan. So could you double click on AI and chips and the fact that there's nothing we can do about the chip making capabilities of Taiwan and how important it is to our society and our economy?
I take your point. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I didn't even know there are all those people up there. It's like
bright lights. Yeah,
it's like Roman amphitheater.
Yeah.
I think, look, I'm going to plug the CHIPS Act, which is a big, big deal. Basically, it's now bringing a lot of that chip production onshore in different places, although Taiwan will always remain kind of, I think, the epicenter of especially highly advanced chip making. But we need to do more to bring that here. Interestingly, by the way, one of the biggest impediments to that happening in the United States is talent. Like just the other day, we have colleagues who represent Arizona, and one of my colleagues was telling me, look, TSMC is investing $32 billion in Arizona to stand up this humongous chip making plant along with an ecosystem, but they can't find people. They can't find technicians. They can't find the talent to actually populate these plants. So now they're actually bringing people from Taiwan over here right now to kind of help to stand up these operations. And that goes to what is necessary to actually have kind of that indigenous chip making. But you're absolutely right. I mean, look, Taiwan is going to remain a very important source for the world's advanced chips and legacy chips. We have to do what we can to onshore a lot of that. And then also, and maybe Mike will touch on this, our export controls have to be enforced with regard to the highest end semiconductor technology falling into the hands of the CCP that's going to be used in ways that could harm our national security or to perpetrate human rights abuses. A lot of our highest end technology goes into their AI models. Into their computing that then powers their AI models for surveillance purposes, okay, to target Uyghurs, Tibetans, and others. And so that's why I think that the Biden administration has done a great job. They need to do more, and we're working on that.
I just had 3 quick points. One is that even in the most optimistic version of CHIPS Act implementation, to your point, we will still be dependent in some meaningful sense on TSMC production, particularly for advanced chips, which means the single most important thing we can do is to build a bigger Navy and anti-Navy, our own allied rocket force, so that Taiwan isn't subsumed by China. The other thing is what you mentioned AI. Actually, we have a huge opportunity right now to look at the AUKUS framework, this agreement with the Aussies and the Brits, most of which is about nuclear submarine technology. That's pillar 1. But pillar 2 is all about collaboration in critical technological areas, AI, advanced semiconductors, hypersonics, I forget the other 3 areas. Huge opportunity. And that's the beating heart of the free world, right? Those are our 2 closest allies. But even with the Aussies and the Brits, we have outdated barriers to collaboration in the form of ITAR regulation, international trafficking in arms regulation. We should totally modernize that regime and start thinking about ours as an integrated technological industrial base, and then start to expand the concentric circles to include other countries that have those critical capabilities. And that gets to the third sort of hypothesis I always have in mind. As we seek to selectively decouple or de-risk from China, the only way that works is if you simultaneously increase your economic and technological partnerships with other parts of the world, actually including countries that don't neatly fit into the free world, like Vietnam, communist country that we happen to have a major interest in getting along very well with when it comes to China, India, countries like that. So, sorry to go on.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, up in the other balcony, please.
Hi there. My name is Michael Farber. I'm a student at Harvard Business School. Thank you both, Congressman, for coming and all the work you've done. Congressman Gallagher, I would love to know what your future plans are, but that's not my question. My question is, knowing what you guys know about the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese economy, given its struggles right now, do you think it's more likely that the CCP will back off on the international stage or lash out even further?
I'll go quick.
Okay,
I swear. That's what I always say, and then I go on for 5 minutes. Well, I joked earlier, my ambition 10 years ago was to become a professor, but the politics were too intense. I couldn't take it. The honest answer is we don't know, but I actually think it's somewhat irresponsible for the president or members of the administration to say, as President Biden has done, that, oh, because China has economic problems, they're not going to make a move on Taiwan. The opposite could just as well be true. I mean, the empirical record suggests the opposite could just as well be true. And I think we have a tendency to sort of graft our own Western sensibilities onto these regimes that look nothing like us. Like, they could do something that seems irrational from our perspective or from the perspective of like calculating the economic utility of a move. That makes perfect sense if your primary goal is regime survival. And oh, by the way, like, I think the lesson going back to the Korean War, the last time we did fight the CCP on the battlefield, is that these regimes are far less sensitive to casualties than we are. Even scholars who are far less hawkish than me, who I really respect, like Oriana Mastro, have written that if, effectively, if you give Xi Jinping the choice of you can have Taiwan, but it's going to cost you your entire navy, he would take that choice. And that's just not something we would think about doing in the United States, because we have constituents that we have to answer to, whose sons and daughters fight and die in these wars, if that makes sense.
So here's what I think. I think that they have massive, massive economic problems internally. I think a lot of you know this already, but their consumer confidence is horribly low. They're actually experiencing deflation as we speak. I mean, no major economy has seen this in a long time. And then the one statistic that just jumps out at me every time I see it is the youth unemployment rate, which is 22, 23%. They stopped publishing it. It's so high. They just stopped publishing it. And if you think about a country where there's a one-child policy, both parents and 4 grandparents have invested all their hopes, dreams, and aspirations and resources into one child, and that child graduates from college and doesn't have a job? Are you kidding me? You know how many people are pissed off at that point at the regime? And so I think Xi Jinping has totally focused right now on how do I try to fix this situation, because I think that it is, in my mind, one of those little seedlings of potential regime problems, right? And so that's why he's, going to San Francisco. He's sending this minister and that minister and, all these different people to meet us to calm investors' nerves, both inside and outside China. And I think that, he's also trying to prevent, what is it? The #1 export of China last year were high net worth individuals. They're fleeing the country and their money is taking off for places like Singapore. All that being said, I still think we have to hedge our bets against the scenario that Mike is talking about. He could lash out. He could say, screw it. I don't know how to fix this thing. We're going to go for it. We're going to play the nationalism card, and I'm going to get over my insecurities about my own PLA, which he claims has the peacetime disease. He repeatedly says that the PLA has peacetime disease because they haven't fought since 1979 against Vietnam. So he doesn't know how they would actually perform in any kind of combat scenario. And so we have to hedge against that. But I still think we have to give him the chance and encourage him and say, you really don't want to go to war. You really don't want to go move on Taiwan, because that will hurt you internally more than help you.
So we only have just a couple of minutes, and I know it's important to remain on time, particularly tonight. And I think we're all deeply appreciative of the public service that both of you are engaged in and are doing. And I can't help but end with my own question to Chairman Gallagher. We, over the weekend, a flurry of texts and emails among one another, noting that you had announced you wouldn't be running for re-election come this fall. And I thought you've referenced it several times today, so I feel like you're inviting a question. It hasn't been told that it's off the table. Is there anything that you'd like to share with us, or any reflection you'd like to make about your time in Congress? I know that you'll continue to serve in other ways. You were in the Marines, you were in Congress. I imagine your next chapter will have some element of service, but anything you'd like to close with before we officially close?
Well, first I was afraid that you'd disinvite me because I was no longer relevant anymore. And
you've got a lot of work to do before you go.
You're not Brock Purdy, man.
That's right. That's right. I actually do think that's the reason. It's funny, like the reality is this decision was made between my wife and I a while ago, I think. But the closer I got to it, the harder, like it became asymptotic. It was like harder to actually get to the line because you do start to fear like, oh man, I have this position and what will life be like? And this is like reference, it's totally outdated, but like in a Superman movie, he gives up his powers and then he gets his ass kicked in a bar. And I like felt like that's gonna be me, you know, after I'm out of Congress. But I sincerely believe in the model of like the citizen legislator. I think that's what the framers had in mind. And I've always had in mind doing 8 to 12 years and then going back to something different. It's quite honestly, I came in, I was single, now I'm married, we have 2 little kids. It's hard on a young family. I mean, it is hard. We want to have more kids. But as I reflect on the last 8 years, I don't know, beyond the legislative accomplishments, I think what I'm going to take away is just the friendships that I've built. I mentioned David. There's people that have helped me. Kent Lucan is in the audience, Ambassador Dobriansky. I just like, when you first run and you've never done politics before, when people come out to help you, it's this amazing thing. And I've developed all these genuine relationships with Raj and others, and that's been fantastic. The only pitch I would make, given that you're all in grad school or most of you are studying, I've come away from the 8 years, and to the extent I've had any influence on national security issues, I think it's because I've written a lot. I sort of learned this lesson when I was where you are, where if I had any hope of finishing my dissertation, I had to wake up super early and devote like the first hour of my day before I had any distractions to just writing. And as you know, writing and research is very hard. And to this day, I do the exact same thing. And that's the only way I'm able to think through issues is by challenging myself to put it on the page. And so your ability to write well and quickly in simple and direct prose, I think will pay dividends no matter what regional focus you have or if you want to be a technical expert. And I think it's an increasingly rare skill in the Twitter age to find people that can really communicate their thoughts in written and spoken form. So maybe that's not exactly where you're going with that question, but it's weird to say I actually think that's made a big difference for me and my ability to impact. I try and write a lot on these issues.
I think that's fantastic. It's actually very consistent with what we tell our students and what we try to work with them on, and are really proud of them.
I actually think the reason we get along is like we both have a sense of humor. And if you take yourself too seriously, I think you're going to fail. Like I've always thought, like, take the mission, but not yourself too seriously. And I've had mentors that were great at this. John McCain, foremost among them, was a hilarious guy. And so to leave on an optimistic note, given that we've been talking about World War III, and Allison wrote a book about war, we're destined for war, I'll just remind you of what the late, great John McCain said to me when I was a freshman member of Congress. He said, "Don't worry, Mike. It's always darkest before it gets pitch black."
万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界现在体验，请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了。还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手，帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后可以点击添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
Whether China, the relationship with China is the most consequential for Americans, more consequential than any other bilateral relationship. I can understand why some of my colleagues decided to try to shift the question, because I think the answer is yes, unambiguously yes, undeniably yes. If the question had said, given us a multiple choice that said you could have collections of countries, then obviously you wouldn't say China, you would say enemies or adversaries or competitors. Indeed, I think, as Susan pointed out rightly, if it was open-ended, my answer would be the most important relationship is among Americans. And as Lincoln reminded us biblically, a house divided against itself can't stand. But in the world, which nation is the most consequential relationship for the U.S.? China. Now, why is that the case? I try to explain that in my paper. Basically, China is one of the only two countries in the world where a leader can order an action that essentially erases the U.S. from the map as a functioning country. So that's only China and Russia. That's why China and Russia will have a compelling claim on every president's attention for as far as we can see. Secondly, China is the only nation that poses a systemic threat to the U.S. position as the global leader, architect, and guardian of the post-World War II international order, a post-war order that has given us 78 years without great power war, a historically unprecedented long peace. Third, China is the second backbone of the global economy. It's the manufacturing workshop of the world, the number one trading partner of most countries in the world, including the European Union and Japan. It's the supplier of the most critical items, including everything green and clean in global supply chains. Fourth, China is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases, accounting for more emissions in 2022 than the US and Europe combined. And finally, as I've argued, China is a classic Thucydidean rival and America's inseparable conjoined Siamese twin. That takes us longer afield into the argument as developed. But I would say, just in summary, China is, as I think is widely recognized by virtually every president or presidential candidate, every leader, every expert, every authority, as the most consequential challenge for the U.S. going forward. And therefore, I think, while I like contrarian arguments, and I appreciated the effort of my colleagues to try to mount a contrarian argument, I even tried to ask myself if I could argue the other side of this case. I think in some instances, when you say the world is round, the world is round too.
All right, thank you, Graham, putting it in the context of our presidential year as well. Next up is Josh. Over to you, please.
Thanks very much, Evan, and thank you to the Brookings team for this kind invitation to be alongside such esteemed colleagues. I argue clearly against the assertion that China is the United States' most consequential relationship, and I sort of have three lines of argumentation. First, I'm skeptical from the beginning with the idea of ultimate or supreme consequence in any discussion of international relations, which of course is a multidimensional, unpredictable enterprise subject to all kinds of surprises and shocks and shifts. And particularly given the global reach of the United States and the global responsibilities of the United States, it's to be expected that the consequence of various relationships can shift over time, can shift on a month-to-month basis, a week-to-week basis. And I understand one byproduct of this is, or can be, a lack of strategic focus by the United States. But on the other hand, given our reach, given our position, and given our global responsibilities, I think we have to embrace as broad a view as possible. For one reason, to avoid the strategic hazards that can sort of pop up unexpectedly, and no less importantly, to be able to seize the strategic opportunities as they present themselves. Second line of argumentation is, I'm not just being provocative. I do believe there are other countries that have a legitimate claim to be as consequential for the United States as China, for both general and specific reasons. Starting with the specific, although my co-panelists and I pointed out a number of areas across geographical scope, across dimensions where the US and China the relationship encounters strategic friction, it is my belief that that friction is most pronounced in the Western Pacific, in our relative positions in the Western Pacific, in our aspirations for the Western Pacific. That's where the friction is most intense. that's where the strategic incompatibility, if you will, is. And so given that that's the area of friction where arguably the United States needs to pay the most attention, it's very possible that our alliances in the Western Pacific are as or more consequential than our relationship with China. Here, I'm specifically thinking about the strength of our our treaty alliance with Japan, and I think our evaluation of that relationship as critical should also justify an equal or greater share of our policy attention than China. Second, in a more general sense, we have a pretty big important country along our southern border, Mexico, which over the scope of American history at the present moment and certainly into the future, I think has a claim to being the most important relationship for the United States. In any case, it's a relationship that we should pay much closer attention to. And then finally, my objection to this idea of supreme consequence for any relationship is that assigning such a status to China or indeed to any relationship leads to all kinds of misallocation of attention, misallocation of policy resources. Our relations with China, given how fraught they are, definitely demand attention and careful management, but not to the exclusion of other relationships and responsibilities, especially relationships with greater strategic compatibility and greater strategic upside. One more sort of side comment related to this idea of consequence is this notion of that's ever present in the discussions of U.S.-China relations, and that's this concept of interdependency, which I also believe has no real staying power and is not meaningful in the debate. To me, this idea of interdependency is more a statement of aspiration on some people, a statement of hope. It's not historical analysis. One might not like the idea of decoupling or de-risking. One might be able to argue against it for all kinds of reasons, cost, risk, and so on and so forth. But to raise the banner of interdependency, to imply that decoupling is not conceptually possible, that to me it seems misguided. Total decoupling is not only possible, I believe it could happen much more rapidly than many people understand and appreciate. And more importantly than that, it seems to be a path that we are currently on. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Josh. Elizabeth Economy is next in line. Liz, over to you, please.
Thanks, Evan, and thanks to Patty and Ryan and Emily for inviting me to be part of this really fun and interesting panel. So look, I think when anyone first hears the question, is the U.S.-China relationship the most consequential relationship for America in the world? The natural reaction is to say yes. After all, China is the largest trading power in the world. It boasts the largest military, and it's the largest contributor to global climate change. We describe it as the U.S.'s pacing challenge. How could the relationship between the two largest powers in the world not be the most consequential, as Graham and Susan argue? But I think if we take a step back and deconstruct the proposition, we may end up in a different place for a couple of reasons. I think first, it's important to distinguish between impact and relationship. Impact doesn't equate with relationship. I think relationship implies a level of engagement, a level of back and forth between actors. Impact is simply that, an effect that one actor's actions have on others. So let's stipulate up front that any number of China's actions are highly consequential for the United States and indeed for the rest of the world, whether we're talking about China's impact on climate change or on Indo-Pacific security or about its management of COVID-19. In this sense, we all know that China shapes the world in which everyone lives in a profound manner. But this impact is separate from the U.S.-China relationship, how we work together or do not, and how that relationship then affects each of our behaviors. And that leads to my second point, which is that the state of our bilateral relationship ultimately determines very little of how each side pursues its respective aims. We have, in fact, very little influence on what Xi Jinping and the rest of the Chinese leadership elect to do. Over the past few decades, whether our relationship with China was good or less good for example, did not affect China's choice on supporting Russia, on pushing forward with its sovereignty claims, on IP theft, or even arguably on its climate policy. You know, even when President Obama and President Xi worked together to jumpstart the Paris Climate Accords, which, you know, I cite in my paper as an example of the two sides coming together, frankly, much of the real reason that China moved on the issue was because emerging economies brought pressure to bear on it to do more. So when I think about the most consequential relationship for the United States, I think about where the United States goes when it wants to move its agenda forward in the world. And here it goes to its network of allies and partners. And yes, Graham, I did expand the definition a little bit, but if you look up the word bilateral, you will see that it doesn't have to be equal on each side. So I take it that I am allowed, in fact, to say one side is China and the other side is our network of allies and partners. And if you look back across the past 3 U.S. administrations, I think as the U.S. has pursued its foreign policy, we turn to those countries who share our values, our interests, and our priorities most closely. For Indo-Pacific security, we have the Quad and AUKUS. Support for Ukraine is rooted in our democratic allies, and all of our major economic and technology initiatives, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, and the US-EU Trade and Technology Council are with our allies and partners who share our commitment to good governance and high standards. And if we don't have them with us on these initiatives, they will not succeed. Again, this is not to say that China doesn't matter. What China does matters enormously to the United States. But for now, when the United States is in a figurative foxhole, it doesn't want to be there with China. It wants to be there with the UK or Japan or Australia. Thanks.
All right. I want to be in the foxhole with this group right here. I can tell you that with confidence. All right, Susan Thornton, please, over to you to round us out on this initial round.
Of course, I would be the one not to unmute myself. I'm really troubled by the image of the U.S. being in a foxhole, because sometimes I feel like that is very close to the sensibilities that I feel from a lot of my fellow Americans at the moment. I guess what I would say is I really struggled with this question when it was posed to me, and probably in the same way, you know, that Graham did. I thought, well, you know, what other country would I name possibly? And I do think that, you know, as I stated in my paper, the real problem and the real focus area for America right now needs to be on our domestic situation, our domestic politics, because I think foreign policy flows very much from that. And I think we are not really in a position where we have a full-blown consensus on what the U.S. purpose and mission is in the world and where we're going. And so I think a lot of our trouble right now is coming from that place. And so we should focus more on that. And I talked about the relationship of the U.S. government with its own people as being paramount. And I still believe that. But certainly if I'm going to pick a country, and since I did foreign policy for all of that time in my life, you know, that this is where I lived, I really don't think I could, in all honesty, come up with, and I went through the whole list of that has been mentioned here, you know, Mexico, India, allied relationships, but there's really no other single country relationship, or frankly, even collection of countries that, you know, I can think of that's really going to have a bigger impact on our future, on the future of American citizens than China is. And so, you know, whether it comes from the fact that the two are, you know, the US and China are the two biggest economies. The US, by the way, has basically set out the architecture of a global economic system in which all countries are interdependent. And unless we decide we want to dismantle that entire system, which I certainly think that we should not do, I think it would give rise to great dislocation and regression in the international system and in America, then I think we are going to be interdependent with China, since we're the two biggest economies in a global economic system. There may be some retrenchment going on in that global economic system, but I don't think that you're going to really want to see the retrenchment of that entire system. And I think that's, you know, basically what we would be talking about. We have the two biggest militaries in the world, and they're constantly bumping up against each other. And, the Chinese, as its footprint grows and as its military power grows, it's going to want to carve out a more protected security space for itself, basically. And I think Josh mentioned the Western Pacific. That's where we see the two bumping up against one another. And China's actions in this space and the U.S. actions in this space are going to have consequences, potentially very dire ones. And I think I'm probably with Graham in thinking about the impact of the U.S.-China relationship and China on the U.S. being ultimately one of whether or not we end up in a hot conflict. And I see that as, at this point, if the trajectory doesn't change and nothing happens, I see it as likely to happen in the next 50 years or so. We also both have the two biggest scientific establishments. And frankly, when I'm thinking about the things that I worry about the most, it is the control of future technologies that are going to be accelerated in the coming years and that we don't have a good handle on how to control them. And so I think, AI would fit in this category, but, experimentation and commercialization of gene therapy, gene editing, these kinds of things, I think are in both the US and Chinese scientific establishments very far advanced. And if we don't find a way to figure out how to control these things, we'll have a profound impact on all of humanity, but not least Americans. So I think, when I look across the scan and think about what other countries are doing and who else is going to have the potential to impact, American lives in dramatic ways, I can't think of another country that is. And I guess I don't agree with the proposition that the U.S. doesn't have a relationship with China, can't do anything about what China does, and we don't impact China. I think every day, every hour, every minute, what the U.S. is doing is affecting China, and what they're doing is affecting us. And so, we can, have an impact on that. We have agency. I didn't spend 30 years in the US government just sitting around waiting for fate to work its way. I think humans have agency and they can do things and they can affect change. And so I think in that sense, the relationship with China is crucially important.
Susan, I think you landed us in the perfect place on this question of agency as we think about how to take some of the ideas that we just heard about and put them into policy terms. What do we do now that we've established that we have these competing and sort of multiple legitimate conceptions of what this relationship could be? What could we be doing that might work differently? I think what I'd like to do is ask our panelists to respond to some of the things they've been hearing so far. But I think we're all imagining that that's where this conversation should go, is to think in specific terms about what could we be doing. Let's start for the moment with a chance to respond to what you've heard so far. I don't want to be overly formal about this, but we'll start with Graham because he was the first to go for. But jump in.
Thank you. I think excellent conversation and lots to say, but let me try to be brief. So first, I think Susan said it just right. Nobody can deny the impact of China on the U.S. Nobody can impact that. The interactions between these are normally described in the dictionary as relations, one thing impacting the other. So I know in Washington, things are so hyperbolic, it's hard to, become realistic. But I would say there's a reason why the Trump and the Biden administration experts all agreed on the answer to the question, which is the most consequential relationship. And in my paper, I said, look at the statement of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in the threat assessment. Look at the statement in the National Security Strategy. Look at the statement in the National Defense Strategy. Look at the statement by the president. They may be all wrong, but I would say they're not. I mean, it's just, that's too far. Okay. Now, to your question, which I think makes it more, one more thing. On Josh's point, the notion that there can be a, quote, complete decoupling, I know is a very attractive notion circulating. When I give my speech about this, I call it decoupling, de-risking, delusion. Okay, so we live on a small globe. That's just a fact. We cannot get off of the globe. There's a physical interdependence that's undeniable. China's greenhouse gas emissions go into the same enclosed biosphere that our own do and have an impact on our climate and our lives. Now that's a fact. China and the US are so entangled in the financial relationship that when we had a great financial crisis in 2008, that would have become a Great Depression, according to Hank Paulson, it was only because there was a coordinated response, a coordinated stimulus from both the US and China, that was prevented. So that's a kind of entanglement that's almost impossible to get loose for. And similarly, if you go to any shopping center and into any store now and try to buy anything, you'll find almost all of it was made in China. Now, Walmarts can put two signs up that says made in China, made in the US, and the second one costs 25% more. And you ask Americans what they buy. They buy the product that they think is most successful for them. This all defines our problem, our challenge. For me, I'm not defeatist about this at all. That goes to the question of Evan put what to do, and I have some thoughts about that, but I'll save that for the next round. Yep.
Josh, I suspect you'll have thoughts to jump in, and I
have some thoughts. Thank you. So I think for the context of this discussion, it might be useful to make a distinction between global issues and US-China issues that fall into a global context and US-China issues that fall into a bilateral context. Unquestionably, the US and China are existing, as Graham said, in a global system. And so when China, builds more coal plants than the rest of the world combined, that affects carbon emissions, that affects everybody in the world. And so China, in that respect, is presenting, China's actions are presenting a challenge for the world to deal with, not necessarily just for the United States to deal with. Similar with any global issue, pandemics, similar with overcapacity, overproduction of electric vehicles, whatever it is. There are all kinds of things China does that affect the world, and the US as a part of that world is affected by it. But none of that, in my view, justifies a lot of investment in bilateral efforts to resolve that. Collective efforts for the US to be an active part of collective efforts, I think makes more sense. Now, in the bilateral context, as Susan mentioned, it's true, the US and China, by our actions, by our inactions, are shaping each other's actions and reactions to some degree all the time. I don't necessarily think that justifies further efforts to resolve or shape in direct bilateral conversation. In other words, the US may be able to provide some sort of shaping to China's actions by engaging less with China in a bilateral context, by engaging more with allies, by engaging more with important third countries. So again, I agree at the outset that the US relationship with China needs to be carefully managed, but I think there's some things we can and should do in a bilateral context, and some things we shouldn't even attempt in a bilateral context. And then my last point is, no matter what we do, no matter how we engage with China, the fundamental strategic contradiction in our aspirations in the Western Pacific put severe constraints on the amount we can get done. That's not. I don't say that with glee. I just say that as a matter of analytical judgment. Thank you.
Liz, I suspect you'll have thoughts, and I would like to remind people who may have joined late, Liz was of our group today, the most recently in government, thinking and working on these issues directly. I suppose maybe Josh as well, but over to you, Liz.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to, sort of ask the question, I guess, Graham, I'm not confident that all of those people actually said that China was the most consequential bilateral relationship. I think they've said China is one of the most consequential. And I think they've said, the national security strategy said that China was the most consequential threat. But I think we want to be careful about sort of asserting that everyone is saying that it's the most consequential bilateral relationship. I'm not sure that that is actually the case. So maybe that's for a future study. But I think we just want to be careful there. I guess look, I can't say anything more than the fact that I don't think it's interesting to think about a relationship as simply an impact and then an impact and an impact and an impact. I think a relationship is about the engagement element of it and what that engagement then yields or does not yield. And so, as I look at it right now, the sort of the process of the US-China engagement is quite limited, right? And I think the administration, has taken some steps, certainly the Woodside Summit, there was a very sort of narrow but important set of concrete deliverables, areas where we are going to work together, fentanyl, mill-to-mill, the climate change, right? Trying to expand civil society engagement. I think they're all really important areas. But overall, I mean, compared to the range of engagements that we have with our allies and partners, honestly, the relationship with China pales in comparison. Moreover, I think as we look at sort of the trajectory of the quote relationship, we have China. I think there's not only the de-risking and decoupling element, and let's not forget that China is the initiator in the de-risking decoupling, right? With Made in China 2025 and certainly dual circulation, which is all about, trying to ensure that the US is more dependent or other countries are more dependent on China's economy while China insulates itself from the pressures of the global economy. But I think if you look at that de-risking process, I think that's one, but also the fact that we're at a point now where the two countries are really beginning to support completely alternative sets of multilateral arrangements. China has this Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's got the BRICS, it's got RCEP, we've got the G7 and NATO and the US EU TTC and many others. And so I think that process actually is causing the relationship, it's fraying and it's becoming more and more divergent, right? Based on a lack of common values and priorities and interests. Again, that's not to say that we shouldn't come together, that we shouldn't try to find areas of common ground and common purpose. But I don't think that the relationship as it's moving forward is either A, the most consequential now or likely to be the most moving forward. I'll just finish by saying, and I hope this is where you're going to go, Evan, to me, this question was not as interesting as thinking about where the question takes us in terms of, whether Susan, Josh, Graham, and I, whether our answers actually yield a different set of policy recommendations. To me, that's what's really interesting. And what does that tell us about something? I don't know. But anyway, I hope that's where we're going to go next. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we'd all agree. It's in a sort of, if we go past the definitional issue, what are the practical applications? I think you've heard two sort of fundamentally different descriptions of where this relationship could be versus where it is. Is it a delusion to imagine reducing or thinning or decoupling? Is it in fact to our advantage to do those things? Is it to our advantage, in fact, to make it as robust as possible, despite all of the problems that we have in it? Susan, I don't want to lose your contribution to that second round there. But maybe
I'll make it quick. Well, I was just going to go back to this question of the consequential nature of the relationship. And one of my criticisms of, frankly, American foreign policy the entire time I was in government, and still is that we have a terminal kind of inability to prioritize and to put resources against the important problem as opposed to the urgent problem. So I am also one, Josh, who shares with you the aversion to kind of hyping, one relationship as the most important. But on the other side of that coin, I do appreciate that it is an effort to try to take the very unwielding U.S. government and focus its attention on something that's actually important. as opposed to getting distracted by all kinds of urgent matters that come up. And I mean, we see just even in the recent period, and a perfect example of this with what's going on in the Middle East. So, I think that you can criticize people focus, Tony Blinken saying this is the most consequential bilateral relationship. And I think he has said that at various times, even recently, Liz. But I do think it's a responsible thing to try to articulate to the American people what's important. Secondly, I do worry about and this is kind of contradictory to what I just said, but you do worry about the sort of over-focus of resources on this relationship. And I've seen that happen too. And I think when we talk about, in the past, all the dialogues, this is the common criticism, right? About all the communication between the US and China, we focus too much of high-level government attention on talks where we didn't get anything out of it. I mean, so you have to guard against sort of both sides of this. But I do think, it's very important, and I think for all the reasons that have been laid out in the papers and mentioned by Graham and me, that there has to be high-level focus on the US-China relationship. Now, the second part of the question is what should be done, and I think what you're hearing is, there's one part of Washington maybe that thinks that we should be driving toward a new Cold War, frankly, a division into two blocks. Some people would say that China's doing that. Some people would say that the US is doing that by creating these new structures and emphasizing the G7 over the UN or the G20, et cetera. But whoever's doing it, there is a sort of a driver toward the division of the global system into now two blocks, and we'll get to relive the Cold War, which I lived through and I'm not looking forward to. But, the other thing, and what I would say we should be doing, is bigger focus on multilateral structures and less on unilateral actions by the US. And I think if we look at what's happening right now in the world with the developing world, obviously there are a lot of countries, it's not just China and Russia, there are other countries that feel that the current sort of configuration of the international system doesn't exactly reflect the kinds of things that they prioritize and care about. And I think if we're going to have a world that's not this new Cold War, we should make an effort to try to multilateralize or plurilateralize the conversations with China, get more people into conversations with China so that there's a kind of a middle ground of countries who can speak to their interests in this relationship. Almost every country in the world, whether we consider it the most consequential or not, almost every country in the world considers the US-China bilateral relationship the most consequential relationship for them. So I think it's very important to try to listen to other countries and how they are seeing what's happening between the US and China. And I think that would help us to sort of identify areas where we can actually make some progress and have some decent conversations that might contribute to the communication in the bilateral channels.
I think, Josh and Liz, I'd be curious, if we can, let's put this into policy terms for a second, whether it's on the subject of security or on climate, for instance. Look, I think there is a feeling that, as Susan was describing, there is an instinct to say, where can we achieve progress using multilateral frameworks versus the one-on-one relationship? If you look at security, there's been this determined effort on the US side to try to have a one-on-one military-to-military relationship, and China has not been forthcoming in that regard. It's been a persistent frustration to try to get those kinds of really robust channels open. Are we, I think people wonder, are we falling into a trap by allowing ourselves to continue to be the bidder who is seeking that relationship rather than saying, fine, if we're not going to be able to have those channels, then we're going to try to solve these issues in other ways. Josh, do you have a thought on that? Or Liz, do you want to take this in another direction?
I can give it a start, Evan. I think it's a really thoughtful question, particularly leveraging some of what Susan just said on multilateralization. I think multilateralization of so-called China problems I think that's essential, because a lot of the sort of global consequences of China's increase in resources, along with its kind of, persistent sort of persistent peculiarities of China's governance and lack of transparencies, I think that only lends itself to sort of a concert of other countries making the same, echoing the same concerns the U.S. has. So I think that's essential. I agree, and we should continue to do more of it. And I think the United States has been attempting to do that through many administrations. On your question, Evan, about sort of appealing in bilateral channels for more transparency or more conversation, I don't see it as particularly effective. I think one needs two to tango, and China, for its own peculiarities of governance, it doesn't have the same attitude toward transparency that we do. That notwithstanding, I think the U.S. attempting to have these kinds of conversations is instrumental for bringing our allies and partners on board with and having them sort of speak to China with similar concerns.
Yeah,
Liz,
I mean, I'm very much in favor of the United States continuing to try to work with China on the mill-to-mill relationship, on global climate change, on the full range of issues, right? I support U.S.-China cooperation on science and technology. We have to figure out the appropriate boundaries, but, I want much more civil society contact. I think this is something that has completely deteriorated over the past several years and really needs to be sort of rejuvenated, but it's going to take actually a lot of work and some very specific policies actually to protect the visitors on both ways, both Americans going to China and Chinese coming to America. But I think the point here too is, I think, Josh is right. It does take two to tango, but we do need to persist. And the challenge, I think, with multilateralizing, which is, of course, very attractive, is that if it's with our allies and partners, China often then says, when they're arguing our point, that they're just acting as agents of the United States, right? So they don't actually grant Europeans agency when the Europeans are basically saying what the United States is saying. So yes, of course, in all multilateral forum, I think in the United Nations, I think the U.S. has become much more engaged since the Trump administration has reverted much more back to a much more proactive role in the UN and using the UN to greater effect. So I think that's all good and important, but fundamentally at the heart of all of it, I think Josh is right. It takes two to tango. China has to want to engage. We had a moment, with Woodside where China did come to the table. So it wasn't, I don't think, Evan, like the United States simply wooing China, right? China wanted to be at the table. It wanted, as Xi Jinping said, you have to choose, are you an adversary or are you a friend? Well, of course, we're not going to make that choice. But I think the point is that China's economy is a little bit sputtering. It's got a lot of headwinds domestically. China wants some breathing space. This is a moment when it's willing to come to the table and grant for however long, right, some accommodation to U.S. interests. But I think we have to recognize it for what it is, namely, for the moment, U.S. and Chinese interests align. They may not a year from now on these very same issues.
Graham, I'd like you to weigh in if you would, please. I think.
Sure. I'm afraid you're going to find some areas of agreement here, so you have to be careful. Trying to make sense of all this. So just a footnote on Liz, back to the administration in which you served. Here is the National Defense Strategy. It calls China the pacing challenge for the department. And here's the National Security Strategy. It says the most consequential geopolitical challenge. So I'm quoting from the administration in which you served.
I know, but that's not the same as saying it's the most consequential relationship, Graham. I use those statements in my paper. I agree with that.
Okay, if you want to switch to a different topic, relationship, then we have a different argument. To Evan's appropriate question about what to do, given the characterization of the challenge. So basically, on the one hand, China will be the fiercest rival any ruling power ever saw. It has been for the previous generation, and it will be for the next generation. So that's half of the problem. The other half of the problem is the objective reality of a 21st century in which we live on a small globe. So we breathe the same air. We're impacted by the same climate and greenhouse gas emissions. We have nuclear arsenals, which is Ronald Reagan, for whom I worked happily, rightly said, creates a partnership, in effect, between the two leaders to avoid a nuclear war of which we would be the first victims. So in the same way that with the Soviet Union, we found ourselves constrained to find ways to cooperate, in the nuclear mad world with China, that's another reality. If we go to the financial entanglement that we just talked about, and I could go 5 more layers of this. So you have two set of competing, almost contradictory impulses: the necessity to compete and the necessity to cooperate. And if these seem like contradictions, they slightly are. Now, F. Scott Fitzgerald said the test of a first-class mind is to hold two contradictory ideas in your head at the same time and still function. Well, I think that's true for a person. That's also true for a government. That's pretty challenging. But I think going forward, what the Biden team has come to in the current version is what I would call competitive coexistence, in which the pillars are first, restore American competitiveness. So most of what we do not to be competitive, we do to ourselves. So as Susan's point about what we're doing to our society, but you look at our government and how it's functioning, or our Defense Department and what it buys or doesn't buy, or our chip production. Intel used to be a leading company in the world. Terrible management has led it to being a laggard which needs public subsidies in order to survive. So shame on us. But there are other great companies that continue doing that. So American competitors first. Secondly, alliance system. What's been done to build the alliance in the Western Pacific, as Josh pointed out, has been unbelievable. Now, a lot of that is thanks to China's assistance, because the more threatening they are, the more interested countries like Japan and Australia and South Korea and even India are for having some counterbalance. But again, that needs to be played artfully, and it has been played artfully. And then I think the third component of this is, Susan knows better than any of us here, is thick diplomacy, which is about engaging in order to prevent misunderstandings, miscalculations, misjudgments, that is some third party's provocation or incident or accident that could drag us to a conflict that both parties know they don't want. So why an event like the Woodside, the San Francisco summit, was so important, and I give President Biden great credit for this, in the middle of a campaign where he's getting hammered and in which there's no political advantage in the world to being nice to China. There's only an advantage for bashing China. To take out a day of serious conversation with the leader of China to talk about shared interests and areas in which we have conflicts, the fact that we don't want to have a war, but the fact that we do want them to stop supporting the precursors for fentanyl, and we do want to get back to mill-to-mill conversations, and we do want to get the Secretary of Commerce and their counterparts engaged in a space. We're mainly, I would say, the biggest part of that is to preventing misunderstandings, misjudgments, miscalculations that have historically often been the spark that end up producing a conflagration. And both Biden and Xi, I think, from what we can tell, say clearly to each other, I don't want a war because that would be bad for USA. And I don't want a war because that would be bad for PRC. So I think that's a great place to start.
We have a number of questions that came in from people who wanted us to engage in this conversation. I'd like to get a few in if we can. One question that comes up over and over that many people have asked about is climate, and I think it's a natural one for us to start with, because in some ways it forces us to examine that underlying question, which is there a way to solve a global issue at a time when you have this very fraught bilateral relationship? How do we use the structures available to us? So just to give you one example, Carrie Jones asked, how can these two nations collaborate and and coordinate to tackle global warming now. And I will add, we just saw, of course, that John Kerry is wrapping up his tenure. I would be curious, any of you that wants to jump in on this, are there ways in which we should be acknowledging reality and changing the way we're doing things, or are we making progress on that issue? Liz, you've looked at climate a long time. Why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so I mean, I do think that, this is an area, and kudos, frankly, to both, Secretary Kerry and his counterpart, Xie Zhenhua, for the really enormous effort that both of them have put out over the past 3 years to get the United States and China on the same page when it comes to climate change. There's natural agreement. I mean, both leaders do believe that climate change is important, right? That it is transformative and actual potential existential threat, to the future of the world. So that's the basic beginning. They did, in fact, agree, to work together on capacity building to push on methane, sort of move beyond just carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas emission, to talk about, implementing their, future paths to reduce methane emissions. They want subnational cooperation. So California has long had and continues to have a very robust engagement with China on climate change and on air pollution issues more broadly. So I think there are definitely pockets of cooperation. But if you read through the sort of agreement that has come out of various meetings between Secretary and Xie Zhenhua, I think you find that a lot of it is based on the promise of working groups working together and moving forward. So the actual tangible results of this cooperation remain to be seen. I would like to be hopeful about it, and I hope they do produce, actual results. I think it's, you look at China, it's what really matters is what China does, and what really matters is what the US does, right? So in the end, the cooperation is one element of it, but it's much more important fundamentally that each country does what it needs to do to reduce its emissions. And, China's been very good about promoting the use of renewable energy, but at the same time, it has been going gangbusters in the development and implementation of new coal-fired power plants, right? So it's, emissions are now between 2 and 3 times as, much as that of the United States. And so I think that's what we have to look to, right? What is the US doing? What is China doing? And how are we embedding, right, the climate change issues in our economies as we move forward? So I think I'm glad to see the potential for real cooperation. I hope it translates into something as meaningful as possible. But in the end, what really matters is what each country does.
Susan, did you want to add something?
Yeah, can I just, I mean, I think it would be absolutely fantastic if the US and Chinese scientific communities came up with a completely new energy form that could, through that cooperation, just make this problem go in a different direction. But in the meantime, I really think that what we're going to see is sort of parallel efforts. It's not really cooperation. It's more like we should both in parallel be doing what we should be doing. But the most important thing is that we not be at odds, because when we're at odds, then other countries will hide behind our disagreement. The most important thing about, say, the joint statement before the Paris Accord was that it showed that the US and China were both serious and both behind this, and we were both on the same page. Other countries couldn't hide anymore between US or Chinese, disagreements over developing country versus developed country, et cetera. It was much harder to sort of hide and do nothing. And I think the US and China important piece of the climate kind of action is to show that we're both serious, both together on the same page, and not going to sort of stand for other countries not doing their part. And when we're at odds, it's easy for other countries to stand aside.
A question in the security realm that may be of interest to Graham and Josh.
Evan, can I do 1 second on the
Please, go ahead.
climate?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I think while we're almost about to agree here, let me just remind us of an uncomfortable fact. As I've written in the West's green future is red. So the greener we become over the next decade, the more dependent we will be on China. So 70% of all things green are made in China. That's called solar panels, EVs, batteries, wind, so the whole caboodle. And as these now are potential for solar, basically they've now dominated. If you take the supply chain for it, they've dominated the whole piece. So I think this will actually, on the one hand, while we need to cooperate in the space, will unfortunately become an area of competition as well.
A question from Jesper Thompson, who's an advisor at the Danish Defense Ministry. Is China really a systemic threat, which would imply that it wishes to upend the current international system? Would a systemic challenger be a more apt description? And I would add, just for anybody who wants to take this on, how much, if you set aside the definitional issues, this question of it being a systemic threat, is that a productive new phase in our analysis to the degree?
I just give a small footnote part of this. So Lee Kuan Yew, world's best China watcher, world's best Xi watcher until he died. I asked him this question. I said, are Xi and his colleagues serious about displacing the U.S. as the predominant power in the Western Pacific in the foreseeable future? And he had a way, when you would ask a stupid question, of standing back and smiling a little bit, and his eyes got wide, and he said, of course, why not? Who could imagine otherwise? How could they not aspire to be number one in Asia and in time otherwise? So I would say that's systemic, at least in that space, for the foreseeable future.
Well, and that question of whether it's Asia or the world is a big one, and I think it's one that looms large here. Liz, you have your hand up. Josh, do you want to weigh in on this too?
I'll take a shot, Evan. Thanks. To the question of systemic threat, I think it depends on which system we're talking about. Is China, as it currently acts in the world, a threat to the global trading system? It absolutely is. Is China at present a threat to the global environmental system, the global ecosystem? It absolutely is. Now, I think when people talk about systemic threat, they're often implying some sort of an ideological component to that. And I think, politically it is useful, given the enormity of the challenge that China poses to all kinds of systems. It's useful shorthand to describe China as a systemic threat. I believe, or challenge, to me, it's two shades of the same question. To me, the only way China could be a systemic threat or challenge in the way people describe it is if China's system had any kind of appeal beyond China, which I believe it does not. That may have been different in 2015 and 2016, 2014, when China's economy was going gangbusters, and the implication that this growth at all costs model was sustainable. It could have been seen as a systemic threat at that time. Now, I don't even think that that's a persuasive system to be promoting with anyone, including most Chinese people. So to answer the question, I don't see China as a systemic threat or challenge.
Thanks, Josh. Liz, over to you.
Yeah, I definitely see China as a systemic challenge in two different ways. I think one, as we've been talking about, ways that actually China doesn't intend to be a systemic challenge, areas like, climate change or pandemics, areas where by virtue of the way it's developing or the way that its political economy works, right, its lack of transparency, it ends up being a systemic challenge. But I think more to the point, Xi Jinping talks a lot about leading in the reform of the global governance system. And I think whether you're talking about de-dollarization or you're talking about issues around cyber sovereignty, internet governance, or basic human rights, the premise that you don't have individual rights before you have economic development and security. I think he brings a fundamentally different conception of the international system to the one that the United States does of international order. Not to mention the fact that he wants to eliminate the U.S.-led alliance system, and I think there are any number of ways in which Xi Jinping wants to transform the international system. I think he's a transformative change agent. So I don't think there's a question about this. Just read what he writes.
I think we have just a couple minutes left, but I do want to address one theme that is in the questions a lot, and that is the question of Taiwan. I think when we talk about the centrality or the importance of the U.S.-China relationship, one of the questions that comes up a lot is, what does that mean for Taiwan? How can that fit into this world? And has there been a change in the relative importance that Americans attach to the relationship to Beijing versus how we have contact with Taipei? I'm curious if somebody would like to weigh in on this question. Graham, do you have a thought about how you think Taiwan figures into a world in which U.S. and China have, as you would put it, the most consequential bilateral relationship?
So, yes, thank you. It's hard to be brief about it, but I would say we should start with the good news. When the U.S. and China established relations, or first opened the conversations, Taiwan was a big issue from the Chinese government's perspective. And somewhere between Zhou Enlai and Kissinger was developed this wrapper of strategic ambiguity in which a problem that was totally irresolvable. There's no doubt there's irresolvable differences between the American view, the Chinese view, and the Taiwanese view. Totally irresolvable did not mean unmanageable. And actually, the framework has allowed 5 decades in which people on both sides of the straits have seen greater improvements in their well-being than in any equivalent period in their history, and also in the Asian region. So I'd say the first thing is something's been working. So in general, my principle is, if it's working, don't screw it up. Okay. Secondly, the dynamics are changing and the trend lines are changing. And Xi Jinping seems impatient from time to time. And maybe some other parts of the people in the mainland are impatient. But I think the challenge for statecraft here is to find some way to repackage this yet again to maintain a situation in which history decides. So one of the nice lines in the declassified conversations between Kissinger and Zhou Enlai when the relationship was just developing, would for occasionally when they would get to a stopping point or an irresolvable point, they would say, well, let history decide. So I would say going forward, I would look for another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, which we see how Taiwan behaves and performs, and how China behaves and performs, how the U.S. behaves and performs. I'm confident enough that free people in an open society will be more successful in competing over the long run than China's party-led autocracy. So I would hope we keep it going. Yeah.
Susan, just in our final minutes, I wonder if you would share some thoughts on what you've heard, and then I'll close this out.
Yeah, I'm so glad that somebody asked about Taiwan, because I was thinking I would have to bring it up if nobody did. So, I mean, this is the reason why I say, I think if we're not, I mean, it's one of the reasons why the relationship is so consequential. And it's one of the reasons why, maybe the reason why I say that, if not managed carefully, we will end up in a conflict between the U.S. and China. So I think the U.S. overwhelmingly has responsibility and has shown responsibility on this issue ever since the end of the Chinese Civil War that left us with this situation. And I'm not sure it can be managed well, Graham, for the foreseeable, 50 more years, but that would be great. And it's going to take a lot of attention, skill, and, careful management to get us there if we're going to get there. So I think that in and of itself shows, how much we're going to have to be engaging with China, if nothing else.
万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界，现在体验。请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了，还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手， 帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后，可以点击添加，添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
How would you say the speech by Li Qiang, as well as the reception from the audience at this Davos, actually compares to past performances by Chinese leaders?
Well, the only other real comparison that needs to be made is with Xi Jinping's speech at Davos in January of 2017. And what a difference 7 years makes. When Xi was there 7 years ago, he took Davos by storm through a very forward-leaning speech suggesting China could provide public goods for the rest of the world and be an important steward of the global economy. He highlighted the Belt and Road, contrasted China's growing openness with the U.S., which was in the midst of inaugurating Donald Trump. 7 years later, Li Qiang was much more defensive. He had to say that the world could trust China, that China keeps its word, and that China's market is not a risk but an opportunity. And he didn't mention the Belt and Road at all. So I despite sending a very large delegation and making news by announcing the 5.2% growth rate for 2023, my guess is that the audience still came away rather skeptical of the message that Li Qiang was trying to convey.
And one of the key points that he made sure to mention was the fact that China wasn't using any more risky or short-term measures in order to prop up the economy. But at the same time, Bloomberg is now learning that they want to also have more stimulus for the economy, more than $100 billion of special bonds. How does that compare to real action on the ground?
Yeah, actually, I think I understand why he didn't want to emphasize the stimulus, because he didn't want to suggest that the Chinese had made any kinds of mistakes. Committing mistakes is just not part of being a CCP official these days. On the other hand, I think actually if he had said, we're going to have a larger stimulus, that would have been actually reassuring. I think if he had said, here's a date for the third plenum, well, we'll announce a whole variety of reforms, that would have been reassuring. If he had announced plans, real policies for cross-border data flows and government procurement, rather than saying that plans were coming, that would have been reassuring. So there could have been a whole variety of things that he could have said that would have been reassuring to that audience that he left off the table.
Scott, as you say, it may have been underwhelming for the audience, and I have to say you sound a little underwhelmed as well. Do you think that the domestic challenges, the economic challenges, the fact that we know that there are yet more purges and corruption campaigns underway as well, is that really hindering, at the end of the day, Beijing's ability to take that global leadership role, which was so trumpeted by Xi in his Davos speech there, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's partly that there's these domestic challenges. You've got these corruption cases, challenges with the military, former Minister of Foreign Affairs to handle. But Xi Jinping is just, it comes down to him and the direction that he's taken China. If you go back to the speech of January 2017, he said he wanted China to be a steward of multilateralism and provide global public goods. And given the amount of industrial policy we've seen, the frictions with the United States, which is caused both by Beijing and Washington, it just doesn't look that way. Today, Li Qiang did not mention Ukraine at all. There was a meeting at Davos that the Ukrainians hosted, which the Chinese skipped. There was no mention today about the Taiwan Strait, which is one of the biggest things that CEOs are worried about. He could have tried to provide reassurance about that. So I think there's a direction that China is going, which is just running counter to the concerns of global business people, and most importantly, to the Chinese private sector, which is the biggest source of employment and growth in China.
The other thing that we've been watching is this idea of high quality growth, right, which feeds into a lot of the themes that we've just touched on. But at the core of this new growth strategy are things like electric vehicles, battery technology, AI technology, chips. Is all of this just going to feed into inevitably, even more heightened tensions with global trading partners, particularly as we go into a US election year?
Sure. I think as long as Bloomberg has been reporting on China through this program, Chinese officials have been talking about the importance of high quality growth. That's been a constant, right? For decades, they've been emphasizing that. But now the question is that high quality growth going to be something that is shared with the rest of the world, or is it going to divide the world between Chinese winners and losers elsewhere? And so I think there's a real concern that Chinese industrial policy, while it is generating high value growth for China, might be putting the auto sectors or energy industries elsewhere at risk. And so we've got to figure out a way that Chinese economic policy is growth creating for everyone in the region and in the U.S. I do think that there's a good argument to be made for that, but sitting in Washington, I can't tell you the level of skepticism that I encounter here, and we're going to hear about it all 2024 during the presidential campaign.
Scott, and of course, in the past few weeks, we've been really focused on what was happening in Taiwan with the elections there. It was really interesting that this week, China actually decided to publish that old speech by President Xi Jinping telling officials in the Communist Party to do a better job at winning the hearts of the Taiwanese people given the election of Lai Ching-te. How do you expect the tensions in the Taiwan Strait to play out in the next few years? And what are the risks and implications for the economies of these two territories?
Sure. Well, I mean, China can't give up the goal of unification for sure, and it can't renounce that it will never use force. But its strategy of the past few years in the run-up to all of these elections obviously hasn't worked. Taiwanese voters haven't followed the instructions from Beijing. And China's military capabilities are quite impressive, but there's a balance of power because of the United States and the rest of the world paying attention. So they've got to go back to a different playbook. And I guess he's partly pulling that out and saying, for the next few months, we've also got to figure out how to try and stabilize things. Also, you can't play all your tough cards just at the election outcome. There's still several months before the inauguration, and there's much more to do. So it's going to be dicey. I do think that the U.S. And China are talking a lot about Taiwan and trying to avoid a crisis. So I think there'll be a lot of heartburn, but I also think that there's a way to navigate through this so that the world's global economy and a conflict doesn't emerge, because it really is unnecessary.
万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界现在体验，请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了。还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手，帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后可以点击添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
观众朋友，大家好，欢迎收看今天的辛枫视线。最新数据显示，日本去年的名义 GDP 要低于德国，成为世界第4大经济体。但是日本的增长近半个世纪以来首次超过了中国。日本周四公布的2023年 GDP 初步数据显示，日本名义增长率自1977年以来首次超过中国。日本经济名义增长 5.7%， 而中国经济增长 4.6%。这体现出陷入通缩的中国与转向通胀的日本之间的差异。中国去年实际 GDP 增长 5.2%， 一大原因是2022年经济因为疫情政策而大幅下滑，而考虑到通胀因素后的中国名义 GDP 则从前一年的 4.8% 放缓至2023年的 4.6%。2023年美国和德国的名义增长率略高于 6%， 这使得中国的放缓显得尤为突出。野村证券的首席中国经济学家陆婷表示，中国名义 GDP 增长放缓
意味着2023年平均物价指数为负的 0.5%， 这是自1999年以来的最大降幅。他表示，负的平均物价指数表明总体物价水平极度低迷，这与持续走低的消费者价格指数相一致。在房地产长期低迷和就业市场困难的背景下，中国的内需依然低迷。与此同时，中国基础设施和工业领域投资不断，推升了供给能力，又给经济带来了持续的通货紧缩压力。穆迪的分析师表示，中国的通货紧缩压力可能会持续，甚至可能会加剧，并且对全球价格构成下行压力。随着房地产繁荣的结束，北京正在将所有的筹码放在扩大制造业，以推动未来增长上。因此，分析师认为有充分的理由相信，在未来几年，中国仍将是一股抑制通胀的力量。中国的金融体系正在致力于将更多的资金注入到制造业。在过去20年里，尤其是自2001年中国加入世贸组织以来，中国的制造业实力一直是全球通胀降低的一个重要因素。现在，中国对全球物价的影响正朝着通货紧缩的方向更加明显的倾斜。中国经济自2000年至2022年实现了平均每年约 12% 的名义增长。现在名义增长放缓，意味着市场扩张的放缓，这会影响在中国开展业务的公司的收入。评级公司标普预计，它在中国今年的利润增长率将在 5% 或者以下，主要原因是中国经济增长放缓。而农历新年伊始，上海等大城市正在努力促进消费。上海的南京路步行街在龙年推出了市集，热门电视剧《繁花》的元素随处可见，仿照《繁花》制作的年代感背景板则吸引着游客前来打卡。民众也可以在南京路的市集上品尝到剧中的排骨年糕和定胜糕等美食。南京路步行街的负责人表示，为了促进消费，今年沿街商户不再像往年一样单打独斗，而是从元旦开始就统一将营业时间延长到了午夜12点之后。这一波带动了南京路销售额同比增长 30%， 基本恢复到了疫情前的水平。而最新统计显示，过去7天，上海南京路步行街商圈7天销售同比2019年增长 31%， 百货、食品、餐饮板块均超过了疫情前的水平。但是上海本地居民的平均消费倾向仅为 61.9%， 远低于 68.3% 的全国平均水平，显示出居民消费信心仍然不足。上海已经连续2年经济增速没有达标。上海市工商业联合会上个月建议官方按照上海经济总量 1% 的总额发放消费券，也就是发放价值472亿元的消费券。上海曾经在2022年封城结束后分3批发放了总价值10亿元的电子消费券，但是今年上海仍然没有计划在全市范围内发放消费券。中国商务部已经将2024年定为消费促进年，但是瑞银估计中国今年整体消费增速将从去年的 6.5% 放缓至 5.5%， 两个最大的障碍仍然是房地产和地方债务。野村证券的首席经济学家陆挺今年1月在公开论坛上发言时也指出，今年中国经济面临的第一个挑战可能就是消费明显减速，原因包括去年的报复性消费反弹形成比较高的比较基数，使得今年消费面临下行压力。此外，从房价和股价等表现来看，居民财富效应减退。但是陆挺认为，发放消费券或是现金的有效时机已经过去，如果高度依赖消费券或是现金的发放，不能够解决根本问题，反而会导致财政悬崖和经济骤然减速。他说，如果要发钱，就要先发给农民等弱势群体，这样消费边际倾向才会更高。上海南京路开年来接连发放了2波迎新年消费券，首轮发放70元抵100元的消费券，市场反应冷淡。第二轮发放时升级为350元抵500元，反响明显改善。专家指出，这表明中国人不是没有消费需求，而是需要精准刺激。同时，随着中国与更多国家实行双边免签，民众出境游更加的便利，中国的奢侈品销售今年预计将会受到一定的冲击。但是这也意味着更多外国游客将来到中国旅行，为中国商户带来新的商机。一些中国大型商场已经表示，与银行协商提升了信用卡支付额度，便利外国消费者。同时计划在今年夏天再策划一波大型促销活动，提高整体的消费热情。以上就是今天辛枫视线的全部内容，感谢您的收看。这里是华尔街电视，如果喜欢记得点赞并且订阅我们的频道，我们下期节目再见。
度大厨，为你量身定做美味食谱。登录6度世界，如图点击右上角机器人图标，然后选择6度大厨，就可以开始对话了。
你好，欢迎来到我们的烹饪小游戏，让我们开始吧。你是想做早餐、午餐还是晚餐？
晚餐。
好的，晚餐是一天中最重要的一餐，我们应该好好对待。下面是我的第2个问题，你希望这顿晚餐是素食还是荤食，或者两者都可以？
荤素搭配。
好的，荤素搭配非常健康。下面是我的第3个问题，你对哪种类型的菜肴有特别的喜好吗？例如，你喜欢亚洲菜、意大利菜、法国菜、墨西哥菜或者其他任何类型的菜肴？
喜欢吃日韩风味的。
好的，日韩风味的菜肴口味独特，非常美味。下面是我的第4个问题，你有没有饮食禁忌或者过敏食物？例如，你不能吃海鲜、牛奶、鸡蛋、坚果等等。
不吃坚果。
好的，我们会避免使用坚果。下面是我的第5个问题，你喜欢辣的食物吗？或者你更喜欢甜的、酸的或者咸的食物？
喜欢甜辣味道的。
好的，甜辣的食物确实很开胃。下面是我的第6个问题，你有没有特别喜欢或者特别讨厌的蔬菜？
不喜欢胡萝卜，喜欢白菜。
好的，我们会避免使用胡萝卜，尽量使用白菜。下面是我的第7个问题，你喜欢吃肉吗？如果喜欢，你更喜欢哪种肉？比如鸡肉、牛肉、猪肉或者羊肉？
牛肉。
好的，牛肉富含蛋白质，是很好的选择。下面是我的第8个问题，你有多少时间来准备这顿晚餐？你需要一个快速简单的菜谱，还是你有更多的时间可以尝试一些更复杂的菜谱？
快速简单，最好微波炉就可以解决。
好的，我会为你找一个简单且快速的菜谱。下面是我的第9个问题，你喜欢用哪种烹饪方法？比如煎、炒、炖、蒸、烤或者微波？
微波炉。
好的，微波炉烹饪快捷方便。下面是我的最后一个问题，你有没有特别想要尝试的食谱或者食材？现在让我根据你的回答为你设计一个菜谱。
主食可以是面食。
根据你的需求，我为你设计了一个简单快捷的日韩风味牛肉面食的微波炉菜谱。菜谱名称：微波炉版甜辣牛肉面。食材原料：牛肉切片200克，方便面1包，白菜100克，韩式辣酱2大勺，糖1小勺，酱油1大勺，蒜末1小勺，青葱适量。步骤：在微波炉安全的碗中加入牛肉切片、韩式辣酱、糖、酱油、蒜末，搅拌均匀。将碗放入微波炉，选择中火，加热2分钟。取出碗，加入切好的白菜，搅拌均匀，再次放入微波炉，选择中火，加热2分钟。取出碗，加入方便面和适量的热水，根据方便面包装上的指示搅拌均匀，确保面被水覆盖。再次将碗放入微波炉，选择中火，加热3分钟。取出碗，撒上切好的青葱，搅拌均匀即可享用。点评：这道微波炉版甜辣牛肉面非常适合忙碌的你，它不仅制作简单快捷，而且口感鲜美，营养均衡。牛肉富含蛋白质和铁质，可以提供你一天所需的能量。白菜富含维生素和膳食纤维，有助于保持健康的消化系统。方便面则为你提供了主食所需的碳水化合物。韩式辣酱和糖的加入，使得这道菜肴既有韩国菜的辣味，又有日本菜的甜味，非常符合你的口味需求。现在，我将为这道菜画一张配图。
大家好，欢迎关注华尔街电视频道。本视频录制时间为美东时间2月16日。这期热点深度来关注美国华人第一家族航运企业福茂集团董事长兼 CEO 赵安吉的离世，或许藏着不简单的内情。关于赵安吉的死，在公开报道中甚至出现了截然不同的版本。在2024农历春节期间，各大媒体都报道了海运公司福茂集团董事长兼执行长赵安吉离世的消息。赵安吉于1973年出生于美国，祖籍为上海嘉定，是美国首位华裔部长赵小兰之妹。因此，赵安吉去世的消息备受媒体关注。最早一批报道赵安吉离世消息的媒体包括 CNN、联合早报等等，
都引述贸易出版物 TradeWinds 贸易风的报道称，赵安吉是因车祸去世。根据贸易风的说法，总部位于纽约的美国福茂集团星期一公告，集团董事长兼 CEO 赵安吉因车祸去世，本年50岁。根据贸易风上的这则消息，福茂集团创办人赵其成在另一份家庭声明中，怀着沉重的心情和深深的悲伤，宣布了女儿的去世。他说：“我们感到很悲痛，在这么小的年纪就失去她是我们从未想过的事情。”这里需要重点指出的是，联合早报报道赵安吉离世，还提到中国媒体财新网刊登的赵安吉讣告，称赵安吉的车祸发生在2月10日，当时他正前往在德克萨斯州奥斯汀举行的一个商务会议。据当地警方报告，事发时赵安吉所乘的车辆被一辆超速闯红灯的卡车碰撞，赵安吉当场被宣布死亡。卡车司机随后被逮捕，并被控酒后驾车和过失杀人罪。相比较贸易风、财新的报道，不仅提到赵安吉是因车祸去世，更描绘了一场车祸的始末。此外，亚裔美国人基金会 TAAF 发文哀悼，也只提到创始成员之一赵安吉离世。但很快，关于赵安吉的死出现了另一个版本。哈德逊研究所中国中心顾问委员会成员凯尔巴斯在社交平台 X 发文说，赵安吉实际上是在德克萨斯州布兰科县的一个私人牧场溺水而亡。当时赵安吉驾驶特斯拉电动车，将车辆倒入牧场的水塘内而去世。无论怎么看，因车祸离世并不能和坐在车内沉入水塘相划等号。在2月15日，德州地方媒体奥斯汀美国州民报 Austin American Statesman 报道提到，德州布兰科县警长办公室在一份声明中说，布兰科县当局正在调查航运公司福茂集团首席执行官赵安吉的死亡事件。这份简短的声明说，急救人员试图对他采取紧急措施，但他因在水下而不治身亡。一位执法部门的消息人士告诉奥斯汀美国州民报，赵安吉可能是在他的车辆驶入私人农场内的一处水域后溺水身亡，但他的死因尚未确定。声明没有提及车祸，但表示我们的初步调查确定这是一起不幸的事故，调查仍在进行中。声明也没有提供事发地点的地址。根据德克萨斯州公共信息法，该法要求公布事故发生地的地址。2月16日 CNBC 更详细的报道提到，赵安吉在德克萨斯州奥斯汀以西约40英里处的一个私人牧场驾车冲入池塘后死亡。在周三，赵安吉的家人宣布他在周日的一场车祸中丧生，但当时并未透露事件的细节。而在2月16日周五，布兰科县治安官办公室在一份声明中说，2月10日，该办公室对德克萨斯州布兰科县一个私人牧场可能发生的水上救援事件做出了回应。声明说，到达现场后，布兰科县副警长与布兰科县急救中心和消防队一起从牧场的一个池塘中打捞出了赵安吉的尸体。声明说，急救人员试图对赵安吉女士采取紧急措施，但她因在水下而不治身亡。我们的初步调查确定这是一起不幸的事故。目前调查仍在进行中。警长办公室没有透露位于约翰逊市的牧场名称，而约翰逊市是布兰科县的一处地名。关于这次出警的细节， CNBC 报道提到，布兰科县急救中心主任本·奥克利在之前接受 CNBC 采访时说，2月11日午夜过后，急救人员接到电话，要求对约翰逊市一处私人住宅的水上救援做出反应。奥克利以隐私法为由，没有透露此次救援的受害者姓名。奥克利说，救护车于凌晨12点12分到达现场，一辆载有1人的车辆完全淹没在池塘中，估计水深在12英尺到15英尺之间。该负责人说，车内的妇女被从车内救出，救援人员试图抢救她43分钟，但没有成功。奥克利说，没有迹象表明车辆是如何落入池塘的。同时，奥克利拒绝透露是谁叫来了救援人员或谁拥有这处房产，称这是他不能透露的信息。福茂集团总部位于纽约，是赵安吉的父亲赵其成创办的。赵安吉是赵家6个女儿中最小的一个，是前美国劳工部部长赵小兰的妹妹。参议院少数党领袖麦康奈尔是赵安吉的姐夫。赵安吉的丈夫詹姆斯·布雷耶是一名美国风险投资家，也是布雷耶资本的创始人兼首席执行官。该公司总部位于奥斯汀。据布雷耶资本网站称， 布雷耶还是波士顿凯尔特人队的少数股东。赵安吉1996年加入福茂，从2018年开始接管公司领导权。上文提到的最早一批称赵安吉是在德州布兰科县一处私人农场的内密王的哈德逊研究所中国中心顾问委员会成员凯尔巴斯认为，赵安吉身份敏感，除了是中国国有中国银行的董事会之外，还是中国船舶工业总公司的董事会成员。凯尔巴斯补充，赵安吉的丈夫布雷耶长期在中国进行风险投资，他在北京的合资公司 IDG Capital 近期被列入五角大楼的中国军工企业名单，而赵安吉的侄子赵小兰的中国造船公司最近也被美国政府制裁。在2019年6月，《纽约时报》发表长篇报道，揭露赵小兰家族的航运公司与中国密切的商业关系，并指出，随着中国航运业的崛起，美国的海运业正急剧下滑。出生于台湾的赵小兰是美国交通部长，也是参议院多数党领袖麦康奈尔的妻子。他的家族在美中两国都有高层政治关系。报道指出，赵氏家族与中国政府的关系可以追溯到几十年前。赵小兰91岁的父亲赵锡成一度和前中国国家主席江泽民是同校同学。来自中国的文件显示，赵家与中国领导层有很深的渊源。1940年代中国深陷内战之时，赵锡成进入上海的交通大学读书。他的校友江泽民在中共赢得内战后留在了中国，最终成为国家主席。赵锡成跟随战败的国民党去了台湾，据他的传记说，他后来成了最年轻的船长。赵家当时入股了一家中国国有海事电子设备集团，该公司主要面向中国军方及其他部门进行销售，而且与当时江泽民任部长的电子工业部关系密切。在江泽民成为中共领导人后，双方至少有过6次会面。据说，赵锡成在访问中国时经常会见到江泽民。江泽民在1989年至2002年担任中共总书记期间，两人至少进行了6次会面。值得注意的是，1989年8月下旬，江泽民在中南海接待了赵锡成和他的妻子，附近就是3个月前发生的天安门广场血腥镇压的现场。报道还指出，赵氏家族的主要业务都在中国，例如大部分货船由中国国有舰船厂建造，公司承运的货物中超过70%运往中国。此外，赵家数十年来持续为中国学生提供奖学金，培养航运业所需的人才。报道称，在赵小兰的领导下，美国航运业面临预算削减，引发了两党对特朗普政府对航运业承诺的质疑。赵小兰在中国的关系还引发了伦理质疑。在任命听证会上，赵小兰没有提及他的家族与中国航运业的广泛联系，也没有披露其曾在中国获得的荣誉。美国交通部发言人否认存在任何利益冲突，称赵小兰的家族生意不属于挂美国国旗的航运业务。赵小兰在一则声明中表示，我的家人都是爱国的美国人，过着一种有充实目标的生活，对这个国家贡献良多。在《纽约时报》这篇报道提到，赵安吉和赵锡成都曾任中国船舶工业集团旗下一家股份有限公司的董事，该集团是为中国军方以及福茂等其他客户生产轮船的国有企业。赵安吉还是船厂的头号贷款方中国银行的董事，一度在中国政府创办的贸易促进组织中国对外贸易理事会任副理事长。赵安吉在纽约接受采访时表示，他的那些董事会职位很普通，并且强调福茂集团在全球开展业务。他否认在一个由中国制造业主导的世界中，该公司对中国的侧重超出了其他大多数散货船企业。我们是一家国际航运公司，而且我是一名美国人，他补充道。我认为，如果不是因为我长着一张中国人的脸，那么就不会有这种对中国的关注。过去10多年里，福茂有至少4艘船是依靠来自中国进出口银行的资金。比起通过那些商业贷款机构，这家银行往往给出较低的利率和较宽松的还款计划。银行当时表示，截止至2015年，他们已经向福茂提供了至少3亿美元。赵安吉在接受《时报》采访时说，公司在2015年以后再也未向这家银行贷款，并称他的条件不及其他非中国的银行。他说，公司从来没有借过3亿美元，远远不到，这个数字他此前从未听说过。他们在我们的融资里占比不是很大， 他说：“好了，以上就是今天热点深度所有内容。更多资讯可以关注6度简报网站，网址是6dobrief.com。在上面各位可以订阅各类符合您喜好的简报新闻，有免费套餐，也有更加专业的付费套餐供大家选择。今天的视频就到这里，我们下个视频再见。”
For our first topic, Lionel Messi, the Argentine soccer superstar, caused quite a bit of a stir in Hong Kong and mainland China when he did not appear in a match in Hong Kong this past week. While he and his team cited an injury as the reason, he's been accused of refusing to play in the match for political motivations, especially in light of the fact that he played a match in Japan just a few days later. The Global Times, the English-language mouthpiece for the Chinese Communist Party, suggested as much, saying, quote, "External forces deliberately wanted to embarrass Hong Kong through this incident." And we've seen quite a bit of fuss on social media over this as well. So, Miles, how is it that this caused such a stir, and what do you make of it?
This is seemingly a bizarre incident. But then if you understand how the Chinese Communist Party operates, then you have the perfect answer. This case, the Lionel Messi incident, is a perfect illustration of China's political schizophrenia and ideological paranoia. Let me explain how. The CCP's fundamental assumption of world affairs is that there is a well-coordinated, constantly hostile international conspiracy to topple the Chinese Communist government. So the CCP is obsessed with finding all sorts of tangible evidence, mostly imagined evidence, to support such lunacy and to justify such paranoia. So normally, a tiny incident could easily be made into a huge deal of such international conspiracy. This Lionel Messi incident is a good example of that. In the 10 days since Messi was benched in that Hong Kong soccer game due to injury, the CCP's enormous propaganda machine has connected all the dots of a gigantic international conspiracy against China behind the Messi's no-show in our play. First of all, there's this Argentina. Argentina is always the test ground of an ideological battle between the political economy and the free market economy. Argentina was one of China's safe bets for a socialist paradise in the Western Hemisphere, as it had been dominated by left-wing political forces for a long time. However, that was the case until the sudden election of a free market economist named Javier Gerardo Milei in December 2023, just a few months ago. Milei's victory not only stunned the world, but also it's a victory with a just and righteous vengeance. He wanted to declare war on socialism and the enemies of freedom. So one of the first things that President Milei did was to tell the CCP to get lost on bringing Argentina to the China-dominated pact of BRICS, whose membership Argentina's past political leaders had applied for and committed to. So this was a huge middle finger to the CCP from a Beijing point of view, because Lionel Messi is the ultimate symbol of Argentina's international soft power and a superstar. So the hysteria against the Messi's no play in one soccer game is used by the CCP as a way to express its retribution and punishment against Argentina in general and President Milei in particular. So secondly, there is this imagination of the soccer club Messi is playing for, the Inter Miami. It's based in Miami, Florida, because China believed that this club that Lionel Messi is playing for is an anti-communist front organization with close collaboration with the CIA. The Global Times, China's official publication on international affairs, which is the sort of a subsidiary of the People's Daily, Global Times in Chinese, 环球时报, on February 8th, published a hit piece entitled, and I read this, Messi's soccer club bosses have ties to the CIA, end of quote. This is the title. The owners are Jorge and Jose Mas brothers, MAS. But there's a third owner that China didn't mention, that is the British superstar David Beckham. But that's a different story. The Global Times article actually says that the Mas brothers' father fled Fidel Castro's Cuba, was recruited by the CIA as an anti-communist agent. This is according to Global Times. And it concluded by saying that, I quote, "It is highly unlikely that Messi's snap to Hong Kong and China was his personal decision. It's most likely that he acted according to the instructions given to him by his bosses in Miami," end of quote. This is Global Times. It's embarrassing. It's just so silly. Yeah. But this is how Chinese Communist Party thinks. Thirdly, I think there's also the issue of Japan, because after Hong Kong, Messi and his team moved to Japan to play. The CCP's favorite fall guy and the piñata is Japan, because they always try to drum up xenophobia and the international conspiracy sentiment inside China. Japan is perfect target. Messi played in Tokyo the next day for about 30 minutes because he felt better physically. Now, this is give China a huge excuse to attack Messi and the international conspiracy. Hu Xijin, the CCP's notorious propaganda windbag, former chief editor of the Global Times, who holds a Twitter account that has been a main channel of CCP's international disinformation campaign. Now, the Hu Xijin's Twitter account has a team of the CCP's leading experts in propaganda and disinformation, writing each of his tweets for the worldwide audience. And on February 6th, Hu Xijin's Twitter account had this to say, and I quote, "Why didn't Messi play in Hong Kong or participate in the handshake with the Hong Kong chief executive? And why did he smile, run freely, and look fit in Japan?" End of quote. Of course, this is conspiracy. And Hu Xijin further demanded Messi for a formal explanation and apology. You see, to Hu Xijin and the Chinese Communist Party is just another piece of evidence proving Messi's evil intent. And then there is this touchy matter of Hong Kong, because Hong Kong has been used as the CCP's new Potemkin village, a fake free port that demands global respect. In fact, Messi is guilty of being pro-Hong Kong people's aspiration for human rights and freedom. Now, you'll recall back in 2017, a Hong Kong super fan of Messi's, a gentleman by the name of Howard Lam, L-A-M, wrote to Messi directly, who was playing in Barcelona at the time, and asked Messi for an autographed photo so that he could send it to another super fan of Messi's, the famous jailed 2010 Nobel Peace Prize winner, human rights activist Liu Xiaobo. Liu Xiaobo was a big fan of Messi. So Messi immediately responded to Mr. Lam's request and sent the autographed photo to Howard Lam in Hong Kong. Unfortunately, by the time the photo arrived in Mr. Lam's hands in Hong Kong, Liu Xiaobo had died of cancer. But the CCP agent got wind of this and sent thugs to Hong Kong to beat up Mr. Lam so severely that he had to be hospitalized. So the case must be enraged Messi because this was a much publicized case at the time. So last week, the CCP knew Messi's sympathy with the Chinese human rights cause, and so made the connection between that incident in 2017 and a soccer game. CCP's proxies in Hong Kong, they're all mobilized, and that means no words to attack Messi. And their hysteria is really hilarious as well as ridiculous. The main pro-CCP figure, who was in charge of Hong Kong's security for a while, Ms. Regina Ip Lau Suk Yi, wrote on her Twitter account on February 7th, and I quote, "Messi should never be allowed to return to Hong Kong. His lies and hypocrisy are disgusting," end of quote. And there's more. Ms. Yi further wrote, and I quote, "Hong Kong people hate Messi, Inter Miami, and the black hand behind them for the deliberate and calculated snap to Hong Kong," end of quote. There you have it. I mean, the international conspiracy led by an international superstar who is now an international supervillain against the socialist motherland of China. So it's kind of a ridiculous, tragic, and also that's how Chinese government functions. And incidentally, let me add finally, the Chinese government in Beijing canceled a scheduled soccer match between Team Argentina and Team China. just as well, because you know what? Team China's men's soccer team really sucks. It's an international embarrassment, and also laughingstock even by the Chinese fans. If the match, which is scheduled in March in Beijing, would proceed, the humiliation of defeat by Messi's team will be nuclear and devastating. So the CCP are not stupid. Maybe this is what they mean by win-win. So that's another win-win for China.
It's interesting. I mean, when you look at the coverage of the social media, I think you see a lot of this outrage, and I think you frame it well, that it's paranoid, and it shows a certain fragility. And some commentators on the Chinese side have in lesser numbers have pointed that out. I want to ask, normally when we talk about social media in China, we talk about censorship, but here we see a sort of storm of outrage. And you mentioned, the CCP mobilizing proxies in Hong Kong and such. To what degree is this organic? Or I guess, to what degree does the CCP stir up this controversy and actively, drive social media controversy as opposed to merely censoring it when it doesn't benefit it?
Well, one of the main methods was to basically block or delete all these dissenting views that were not in compliance with the Chinese government official opinion. This is a very powerful weapon China utilized in all the social media. They have tens of thousands of people censored each day sitting in front of a computer, deleting all the different opinions that will not be tolerated by Beijing. So the result is that if you look at the Chinese social media, which is pretty exuberant and also active, what you see is an avalanche of opinion on one side, and there's nothing on the other. So this is heavily censored, as if this is really the will of the people. Incidentally, Twitter, which is based in the United States, is supposed to be a tool of free expression, has been fully exploited by the Chinese Communist Party. So all their main propaganda personnel, including their foreign ministry's spokesperson and Mr. Hu Xijin, of course, they have a Twitter account. They can open a Twitter account. Twitter is banned in China, by the way. So they're spewing propaganda on a daily basis. Yet they could actually delete the Twitter users that they don't like. So this is the major problem. They created this false legitimacy of their opinion. And this is the issue that actually the U.S. government has tried to do. When I was at State Department, we tried to talk to the Twitter executives on multiple occasions. And we say, hey, listen, if your Twitter software or app is banned in certain country, and you probably should not really allow the blocking mechanism to be used by that country's propaganda experts. And they say, no, we cannot do it. So they won't do that. That's basically the problem perpetuates until this day. I remember we talked to some of the Twitter's compliance and officers and their vice president all over the place. So they just wouldn't budge. So this is one of the reasons why press freedom is so precious. You have to either have 100% or you don't have it at all.
Turning to our own domestic politics, Congress recently failed to pass legislation which would have continued providing funding for Ukraine. Obviously, there was a lot more at stake in terms of immigration and Israel funding as well in this bill. But the fact remains that it appears support might be waning for Ukraine. I want to ask you, why do you think this is? And what is the relationship between our efforts in Ukraine and the American public's willingness to support those efforts and our adversarial relationship with China?
That's a good question. Seemingly, this is a war far away, 1,000 miles away from China, the Asia Pacific, but they're also really intertwined. If you go to Asia, you go to Japan, go to Taiwan, and go to the larger Asia Pacific. The war in Ukraine is considered to be intrinsically related to peace and stability in their neighborhood. So this also has a lot of meaning to people, particularly in the United States, has something to do with our China strategy. About a week ago, I attended a dinner hosted elegantly by our one of the European ambassadors to the United States. And so a lot of European colleagues were there. Their overwhelming sentiment that, there is some kind of stalled progress in Congress to approve the further aid package to Ukraine. They blame overwhelmingly on American isolationism. It's not fair. More importantly, it is not accurate. Isolationism at any given moment in the U.S. history is there. But isolationism has never been, or will never be America's dominant strategic outlook, because the U.S. is fundamentally a global power with intrinsic connections with world affairs and global commerce. So, isolationism, by the way, in the history of the United States has almost never worked. I would say there are two cases where there was a sort of isolationism did prevail briefly. The first was President Thomas Jefferson's 1807 embargo, which ruined America's commerce. And the second was the 1919 Senate rejection of the Versailles Treaty. We all know what consequence of that is. It had a profound negative impact on Americans' prosperity and global stability in that case. So I think the hesitation of the United States in continuing military and monetary aids to Ukraine is much more complicated and deeply rooted in historical, strategic, and geopolitical complexities. And let me just try to entertain a few points. Number one, America has always been supporting Ukrainians' war against, to repel Russia. Aggression. So the recent American reluctance to continue support has a lot to do with that. There is no decisive Ukrainian victory. So this actually echoes the historical hesitancy of France during the American Revolution, because Louis XVI and France and Spain, they're all sympathetic to the Americans in the fight against the British, our common enemy. But they were not sure whether we could really win until October 1777. The George Washington's army beat the British in the famous Battle of Saratoga, New York. That Battle of Saratoga in October 1777 completely convinced the France that the Americans had a chance to win. And we are, so that's why, that's turning point. That's what turned France to fully committing its support. This is really much like what's going on in Ukraine. There's a lack of a clear, unequivocal success on the battlefield that could galvanize further international support and justify continued aid. This hesitancy stems from concern over Ukraine's capacity to secure a definitive history against Russian forces, without which I think American confidence in Ukraine's potential to win would wane. Secondly, I think, there's also another issue, and that is there is a sort of, the lack of a clear vision for victory. What does a victory look like? What's the end game? Neither Ukrainian leaders nor their U.S. and EU allies have concretely defined the end games of the conflict. Questions remain unanswered. Is their objective to expel Russian forces from eastern Ukraine, or is the reclamation of Crimea a non-negotiable condition for peace? This ambiguity undermines the rationale for aid as policymakers and the public alike grapple with the purpose and potential end state of their support. Thirdly, which is basically, I think it has more to do with China, there is a segment of the American security and defense community who argues that the focus on Ukraine distracts from the paramount challenge posed by China. I'm not necessarily in favor of that argument, because I believe the victory over Russia in Ukraine will actually help our mission to fight China. Nevertheless, this argument is gaining momentum. So they contend that supporting Ukraine's conflict is a misallocation of resources, given the need to prepare for a potential confrontation with a nation whose economic, military capabilities dwarf those of Russia. If Ukraine wants to continue receiving America's aid, this concern must be sufficiently addressed. As I said, I'm not necessarily in favor of this view, but this view has to be more vigorously rebutted. And it's because it's gaining influence in Congress and elsewhere. Lastly, I think Ukraine is not very clear, even ambiguous, about its relationship with China. And it's, in my view, I think it still has an ongoing illusion about Beijing in this conflict. I think this further complicates the decision to continue aid to Ukraine, because its past relationship with China, particularly during the corrupt and inept Viktor Yanukovych presidency, was pretty astounding. Ukraine has historically been a significant source of modern Russian-designed weaponry to China, facilitating the modernization of the People's Liberation Army. This relationship has included the transfer of critical military technology and hardware to China, raising concerns among U.S. strategists about supporting a nation that has indirectly bolstered the capability of America's chief adversary. Another part is that the current Ukrainian leadership is brilliant and brave, and it has the world's respect. Definitely, I'm the biggest admirer of President Zelensky. But there is a sort of ongoing unrealistic illusion, a hope for a constructive Chinese role in a future peace settlement or reconstruction in post-war era. And this kind of, ongoing illusion and fantasy about China only intensify those concerns, leading some American strategists to question the prudence of further aid. It's a complicated issue. To blame American isolationism is not, it's easy, but it's not the real answer to enhance Ukraine's capability fighting against an aggressor.
And this segues really nicely into our last topic, which is Russia-China relations. This past Thursday, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin had a conversation over the phone before the Chinese New Year, during which Xi told Putin the two countries ought to, quote, strengthen strategic coordination and resolutely oppose external interference in their internal affairs. The official Kremlin readout stated both leaders specifically stressed that the Russia-China relation is, quote, an important stabilizing factor in world affairs. So, Miles, how does this factor into, U.S. support for Ukraine, and what should people who are watching the relationship between these two countries take away from this recent interaction between the two leaders?
I mean, just, this is like, absurd comedy in its supreme form. To hear Vladimir Putin say Russia and China are the ultimate factors of stabilizing a world order. I mean, this were the two crankiest aggressors in the world. Let me put it this way: Russia and China, they always claim to have some kind of strategic partnership in the last 150 some years. But that relationship really conflicted with the both nations' national interest. It has never worked. Even during the Cold War era, both communist parties and their leaders have a clash of ambitions. China accused Russia of being Marxist revisionism. There are genuine Marxist-Leninists. China is. When Khrushchev denounced Stalin and China went berserk, said the Soviet leadership, Soviet Union have completely betrayed the true, stray away from the true course of communism. China is the most authentic system of socialism. So this is basically where China is. Vladimir Putin has a different vision of too. I mean, he wants to restore the imperial past of the Russian Empire, and not necessarily in a communist way, but he does have this imperial design. China has a combination of communist ideology as well as its imperial past as well. Those two think very differently. They're together is right now is I think is an alliance of some kind of convenience. Sooner or later, it's not going to work out very well. Now, for China, which has many enemies in the region, virtually every land country has some problem with China. You name it, right? So China's neighbors, they will have this fear of China's imperial design on their territories. But China, in order to face all these enemies at the gate, China needs to boost its strategic confidence. The only country that can do any meaningful enhancement of China's strategic confidence is Russia. So that's why Russia-China relationship is very important for China. That's why their Chinese leadership is sucking up to Russia, and in a very subservient way. It's just very unsettling to even watch Xi Jinping praise Vladimir Putin. So specifically, you have to really take a clear stance on some major issues. One of the most important one, obviously, is Ukraine. Now, China has always, since the beginning of the war over 2 years ago, on the side of Russia. Before Xi Jinping and Putin's call on the Chinese Lunar New Year, and saying that Russia and China will have a stronger strategic coordination. China's newly anointed defense minister, Admiral Dong Jun, and Russia's defense minister, Shoigu, had a call about a week ago. In that call, Dong Jun specifically said China is on the side of Russia over Ukraine. This is the most blatant statement by the Chinese defense minister, and of course reflects the Chinese leadership thinking. They don't need any veil. They don't need any disguise to be on the opposite of the global opinion. So that's why when Xi Jinping and Putin say, hey, listen, we're going to have stronger strategic coordination. Coordinating to do what? Basically, to help Russia win a war in Ukraine, to help Hamas overpower Israel, and to create all kinds of strategic distractions to the United States, so the United States would not be able to focus on China in the Asia-Pacific region. So this is pretty obvious to me.
万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界现在体验，请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了。还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手，帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后可以点击添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
What's a mental shortcut or tool that you might recommend to individuals as they try to make sense of China?
Well, Jude, as you know, I came to study China first and foremost through my interest in international security issues. As a child of the 80s, I was really interested in arms control and then nonproliferation. And beginning in the 90s, when I went to grad school, tacked on China studies, started learning Chinese later in life and steeping myself in Chinese history, politics, foreign policy, and of course, Marxism and Leninism to really understand how the CCP operates. So for me, I've always tried to combine sort of a functional expertise in international security studies with a regional expertise in China. So that's a long way of saying the heuristic that I found most important, though I'm not sure I'd call it an intuition pump, largely because that term sounds a little scary to me and maybe even a little painful. But the heuristic that I often use when I'm trying to explain, if not predict, Chinese actions is trying to identify what are the competing interests or priorities Chinese leaders are trying to reconcile. And it's often multiple ones. I see Chinese behaviors often as the result of a tension or a contradiction between two or even three or more interests, material or non-material. And Chinese behaviors often result from the leadership resolving, not resolving, balancing these competing priorities, or more often than not, just deciding to kick the can down the road and see if they can sort of muddle through. So I guess my heuristic, to put it succinctly, is about identifying multiple competing priorities and then try to figure out how the government is configured politically, bureaucratically to manage these tensions or contradictions. And I'll give you a few examples. I recently wrote in a paper about key tensions or contradictions in Chinese foreign policy today. Examples include the tension between identity and interests, the tension between an identity as a major power versus an identity as a developing country, the tension between support for the rules-based order and all the benefits that affords China versus China's effort for an alternative order that gives China greater freedom of action. The tension, which you've talked a lot about in your podcast, between economic development and national security. Related to that, the tension between interdependence and self-reliance. And then lastly, sort of very practically, the tension between macroeconomic stability and resource security. So that's sort of a heuristic that I find useful.
Can I ask a follow-up, which is, you've studied Chinese decision-making for decades, but also you've seen it up close in your role at the NSC. How do you think about how this competing interest framework differs between, for example, policymaking in the US on China versus Chinese policymaking? I'm imagining, having not been a policymaker, there are competing interests in the United States government as well that need to be reconciled. Is that just a generic framework that you bring to thinking about how governments make decisions, or is there something unique about that competing interest framework as it pertains to China that is really distinct from policymaking in the US?
Well, that framework was meant to describe Chinese decision-making on economic issues, political issues, foreign policy issues, right? As opposed to a framework for understanding US policy toward China. Because, of course, I agree, US policy toward China is this constant effort to reconcile multiple and competing interests, for sure. My point was, when I look at trying to understand Chinese behavior, both domestic behavior and foreign policy behavior, I see them as really struggling with these competing priorities. And the competition tends to be pretty significant. In other words, a lot of diverging interests. And so the reason this heuristic I find to be useful is because when you're trying to say, why is China doing this? Why is Xi Jinping, for example, right now only providing the most minimal of policy support to the economy, right? As global investors are yelling and screaming about wanting signals for more policy support, you have to ask yourself, well, what exactly is it that Xi Jinping, what are the priorities he's trying to balance? And then that leads to further questions about, okay, who are the bureaucratic actors, that sort of thing. So it's meant to give you a framework for how to begin answering the question about why is Xi Jinping doing something that on its face looks counterintuitive and even counterproductive.
I think we'll discuss this when we get into the report, but while I'm thinking of it, does this competing interest heuristic, has that become more or less important to you as we see Xi Jinping assume more power and control? I would think 15 years ago under the Hu administration, where you had not competing interests, but lots of competing actors with more policy autonomy over some of those competing interests, it might be more fractious. Does the competing interest framework still hold as true today as it did 15 years ago, when you have a singular leader who might be able to, say, cut through bureaucratic competing interests and identify one key interest? Or do you even think for Xi Jinping, he has, even in his own priority set, multiple competing interests he has to adjudicate?
So I think now it's more relevant than it was before. And so when I say competing interests, what I'm trying to highlight is I think that there are often tensions or contradictions, right? In other words, it's not simply competing interests. It's competing interests where the trade-offs are particularly costly. Maybe tension or identifying a tension or a contradiction. But I think those are more prominent today than they were under Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, simply because Xi Jinping has, I believe, a different set of priorities, which is one of the things that I try and bring out in my study about the domestic politics of US-China relations. So not just are the priorities competing, but the tensions and contradictions, I think, are even more evident today because of Xi Jinping's vision for China, his vision for China politically, economically, diplomatically, and even militarily.
So the report, which came out late last year and is really fantastic and comprehensive, the title of it is The New Domestic Politics of US-China Relations. I wanted to first, before we get into the report itself, just ask what was the motivating reason behind this? I'm curious, there's been a lot written about, or at least there's been a lot of discussion about the role of US politics increasingly shaping US-China relations. So all these strands are out here. What were the key gaps or shortcomings in the existing discussion that you wanted to address?
So there was a gap, and it was a gap on both sides of the equation, and then a gap connecting the two. So there was no study or even journal article out there talking about the diversity of domestic political forces in the United States influencing the US-China relationship. From time to time, there have been articles about the role of Congress, right? But not looking at the diversity of domestic political forces in the United States. And the principal argument, as a result of looking at both the US and China, is that the domestic political context in both countries have evolved substantially, and nobody has either explained it or discussed the implications. So in part, I thought there was a big gap on the US side. I thought there was an equally big gap on the Chinese side. Because remember, I'm trying to connect domestic politics to the US-China relationship. You and I, in fact, have written many times about changes in domestic politics in China. That's not the question. The question is, of those changes you and I have documented, which ones do I think are materially affecting the US-China relationship? So it was, nobody had looked at either the US or the Chinese piece as it applies to US-China. And then, importantly, it was connecting the two. Because I think oftentimes in the debates in the United States, you would have scholars stand up and say, oh, it's the dysfunctional Congress, it's public opinion. And what I wanted to bring out in the report is, just as America has its domestic politics, so does China. In other words, there's plenty of responsibility to spread around. There are different dynamics in both countries, but domestic political dynamics in both countries influencing the relationship, right? So when I looked at the United States, it wasn't just Congress, as important as that is. I looked at congressional politics, electoral politics, interest group politics, bureaucratic politics, and public opinion, right? So there's many layers to understanding how the American political dynamic is changing. And then in China, it's very hard to look at bureaucratic politics or China, even interest group politics, but you can certainly look at Xi Jinping. You can look at institutions, you can look at processes, you can certainly look at ideas. And so I did, right? And what I found was the complexion of domestic political actors, the ideas promoted by them, their channels of influence have changed dramatically and will continue to do so. I really wanted to produce a study that was sort of the global state of the art of what's going on in both countries. Because I felt like if you just focus on the US, it would be, it's all political dysfunction in the United States, which is inaccurate and unfair.
Listeners should go download the whole report, and we'll put a link to it in the show notes. We are, for reasons of time, but also to stay consistent with the theme of this podcast, we're going to basically ignore the first 60 pages, which are great and incredibly enlightening, which discuss dynamics in the United States. And instead, we're going to look at the back half of the report, which explores new political dynamics in China. I wanted to ask you just a conceptual question, though. It might seem odd to many listeners that we're using the word politics and domestic politics to talk about China. As you and I, this discussion that has occurred so far, all we've been talking about is basically, Xi Jinping. I think most people would assume that the country is moving increasingly towards the direction of dictatorship, where centralization of power, the thoughts, intentions, assumptions, and judgments of one man and Xi Jinping matter more than anything else. So when you say politics, and especially domestic politics in China, what do you mean by that? And how does that differ from how we use the word politics to discuss decision-making and policy-making in the United States?
That's such an important question, and it's one that I've struggled with my entire professional career, and some of the work that we did, the 2 articles we wrote previously, Jude, helped crystallize my thinking. So, to be very clear, of course, China has politics. It has its own politics. It has party politics, so CCP politics. There's elite politics, there's bureaucratic politics, there's interest group politics, and there's public opinion. Now, the extent to which one can actually document those is a challenge, as you know, as a China watcher. I don't have the same level of granularity on the analysis of the Chinese side as you do on the US side, right? You can't get into the Chinese interagency process, or I wasn't able to do so. But yet you can still look at a lot of elements of elite politics and CCP politics, to some extent interest group politics. So with the CCP, for example, you can talk about what the CCP's priorities are. What are the ideas of the top leader? How are they promoted? What campaigns are being run? In terms of elite politics, you can talk about how issues are being debated. For example, it's well known that there's a lot of discontent among the Chinese elites about China's Russia policy. So China has its own politics too. Now, the way I chose to go at it, because I like information and data and I like to be able to document my claims. So the first section on China examines what I call the unique attributes of Xi's thinking and approach to foreign affairs and to the United States, because I thought that was important. He's such an overwhelming personality when it comes to understanding China's US policy. The second section then examines the role of people and institutions and policymaking, and I basically focus on the themes of what I call centralization and personalization of decision-making under Xi, to the extent that it affects U.S.-China relations. And the third section is on Xi's policy priorities. These are themes that, Jude, you and I have talked a lot about, the emphasis on self-reliance, the emphasis on national security, and the ways in which that has influenced and will continue to influence the U.S.-China relationship.
As we're staying on Xi Jinping a minute, I wanted to ask, as you think about these new politics operating in China, especially after the 19th Party Congress, but certainly building momentum after the 20th, what is your assessment of, is Xi Jinping an ingrained leader who essentially has built a consensus amongst the decision makers and stakeholders who matter? And thus, this is really about, although he is making the key decisions, you basically have most of the big fish swimming in the same direction. So we can call that ingrained. The other model is sort of estranged, that Xi Jinping is increasingly using violence and coercion to push the system in a policy direction away from economic growth, or balancing economic growth and security, as they would call it, continuing to strengthen or at least maintain the relationship with China. What's your mental model for what politics looks like there? Between those, I realize I've put out there's gradations within those two poles.
Jude, I see it as both and, not either or. So if you talk about China's Russia policy, I think in the main, it's the first model. I think Xi Jinping has made a strategic choice. He's told the system to move out. The people around him support him. But the foreign policy elites are very uncomfortable with the accumulating costs associated with China's Russia policy, and they're worried where that may take China's relationship with the United States, as well as China's broader role in the world. When I look at other aspects of foreign policy, China's positioning toward the global south, China's policy toward the United States, I think there's probably a bit more agreement. If we were to talk about the emerging debate between development and national security, and specifically how that impacts fiscal and monetary policy today, I would guess that there's a lot more debate. But the reality is Xi Jinping is such a dominant political force in this system, and he's so effective at pushing buttons and pulling levers and effectively creating and enforcing incentives in that system, that even on economic policy where there's questions about how much self-reliance China should really pursue, I think in the main, there's support for, Xi's initiatives.
What does politics look like to you in the Chinese system when there is lack of clarity on what Xi thinks, or Xi has not pronounced on something? We always talk about the issues where we're pretty clear of what Xi Jinping's direction of travel is, right? Xi Jinping thought on national security, obviously being one of them, push to the global south. The politics there, I can have a sense of sort of how officials try to navigate within that. What is your sense of what politics looks like when there's lack of clarity on either what Xi Jinping means, or he just hasn't made it clear exactly, or even weighed in on an issue?
So my model would be one of stasis. That's why, I go back to my heuristic, identifying tensions and contradictions. And in some sense, in some instances, when there are evident tensions and contradictions, right? Xi Jinping tells provincial party secretaries, you need to pursue the right balance between security and development as you take in FDI. That doesn't tell a provincial party secretary anything. It puts it in his or her hands, and they simply have to decide what's right. And so I think that's one of the reasons the economy has underperformed so substantially, and why both business confidence in China is way down, and why investor sentiment is way down, is because on key economic policy questions, Xi Jinping is not sending a clear message.
I wanted to also ask you, We've mentioned national security here, this rebalance of growth at all costs to something else. How would you sketch in the rest of Xi Jinping's clear dominant policy priorities? If he was, I don't want to mirror U.S. political system in China, but just to provide a simple framework for asking the question, if Xi Jinping was running for re-election, what do you think would be on the stub speech about, here's the problems I faced, here's what I fixed, and this is what we need to do in the future?
So I think he would put the China dream and national rejuvenation at the front. He would use as proof the fact that at least officially they've achieved 5% or more growth for every year that he's been in office. I think he would highlight the anti-corruption campaign, which at least anecdotally is popular among the people. He would highlight his emphasis on income equality and social equity. He would emphasize his effort to give people greater access to education and healthcare, his effort to build out Social Security. I mean, look, you're asking me to advocate for, a guy that I think has whose agenda has a lot of difficulties. But I think, the way he sees it is that he has a vision. I mean, you and I wrote this in Survival, right? He has a vision, he has ambitions, and he has urgency, and he's carrying that out. And there's elite discontent, but I think there's a baseline level of popular satisfaction with the direction she has taken the country.
How do you think about the role of public opinion in the context of Chinese politics? There's a lot of good scholarship on this that's been done over the past few decades. There's a lot of academics working in this space. But as someone who has been on the inside of policymaking and also been up close to the Chinese leadership, including Xi Jinping, what is your sense of how and when and to what extent they factor in public sentiment when adjudicating some of these competing interests to come to a final decision?
So I'm going to stick to foreign policy and specifically China's policy toward the United States, because that's what this study is about. And there's very little evidence that it has any substantial impact on Chinese policymaking. China's policy toward the United States is the purview of elites, and it really looks like it's a small group of people, Xi Jinping, maybe Wang Huning, Wang Yi, that make their decisions. And that means when the Chinese decide that they want to embrace the fighting spirit and struggle. And it also means they can decide at any point to sort of pull back, to open up channels of dialogue, to embrace a modicum of restraint, which is what they're doing right now. So I see very little role for public opinion.
So when the Chinese interlocutors say that we should be thankful that China's response to Nancy Pelosi's visit was so moderate because the, quote, Chinese people wanted Beijing to shoot down her plane, you don't find that is a credible statement of how the Chinese leadership is being pressured by the public?
Correct. I do not. There's plenty of instances where the public supported something and they did something different. Public opposed it and they did it anyway, right? Across a range of foreign policy issues. Now, hyper-nationalist issues like China-Japan relations under Jiang Zemin, there's some pretty good research that's been done that would suggest that may have been a constraint on decision-making, but even then, it's subject to debate.
I know you said you were going to focus on foreign policy, but if I could ask a question, did you find it puzzling then, the timing of the reversal on zero COVID policy fairly soon after a series of nationwide, protests? Does that show to you, just thinking about politics more broadly in China, that the leadership is responsive to some amount of public frustration? Now, obviously, the scale of that was unique and exactly why that stood out, and the media was really covering it here. But does that tell you something about that they are responsive to some amount of public pressure?
That's a complicated example. In many ways, I see it, Jude, as the exception that proves the rule, right? In other words, let's say I really don't like to eat broccoli, right? And I just never eat broccoli. But if you put a gun to my head and say, I'm going to shoot you if you don't eat broccoli, then guess what? I'm probably going to eat broccoli, right? But does that really tell you that much about my general disposition toward green vegetables, right? So It does not surprise me, given the scale and the intensity of the popular protests against zero COVID, that they abandoned it and abandoned it quickly. Does that mean that there's some new renaissance within the Communist Party to pay attention to public opinion? No. So if your question is if there's an event in the US-China relationship in the future that brings people to the street, yes, I think the CCP will pay attention to that. But that, I don't think that tells you that much about public opinion because it's such a unique and exceptional circumstance. It's also interesting to me that despite that set of events, it doesn't seem to have hampered Xi Jinping very much politically. There's not a lot of evidence of weakness, and he hasn't really backed off some of his policies that were somewhat controversial, like in the economic policy space.
I was listening to a podcast the other day with a Chinese Taiwan expert at one of the Chinese think tanks, and he mentioned a line that you often hear the Chinese say, which is that no Chinese leader can afford to lose Taiwan. I wanted to ask you, when you hear something like that as an analyst, obviously there's the attempt to use these sorts of framings to essentially signal to the United States and other actors that essentially the Chinese are all in, right? The stakes are sky high. So this is a question, I think for a lot of, some of us more generalists who are just trying to assess what's happening underneath the hood. Is a statement like that to you purely one about verbal positioning to signal to external actors, again, as you just said, the stakes are that high? Or do you think there's something to that in terms of the sorts of pressures a leader would face if it looks like an issue that they've identified as a core interest is sort of slipping away? And the reason I'm asking this is, if there's some of the latter, under Xi Jinping, where is that pressure coming from?
So you're asking me, we're a little bit far afield from the new domestic politics of U.S.-China relations here. So you're sort of asking me to speculate. Where would that come from?
I guess what I'm trying to get is I'm trying to understand political dynamics that surround decision-making in China by taking a real extreme example, which is this is the core of core interests for China. This is, as they say over and over again, U.S.-China relations, the very, the most sensitive, important issue is this. And we essentially will risk everything for this issue. Now, some of that is BS. But let's imagine there's some amount of that which indicates that leaders across time assess that Taiwan is such a visible issue that they have to at least have a veneer that they're driving towards progress. If they do feel that, why? I guess is my question.
Where does the pressure come from is your question, Jude?
Better way of asking it.
Yeah, I think the pressure comes from within the party. I think it comes from within the Central Committee and even the Politburo. You may recall some really wonderful reporting around the time of the negotiation of the Trump-Xi Jinping trade agreement. And the Trump administration, Lighthizer and Liu He had negotiated an agreement. Liu He took it back to Beijing and couldn't sell it. The Politburo rejected it. Now, I don't know exactly the rack and stack of who did what, who said what among the 25 Politburo members, but there was a lot of resistance and pushback to the agreement. And that forced Liu He to sort of scrap it and go back to the negotiating table. So that's a well-accepted, well-documented example. And that always resonated with me as a good example of how the party debates controversial issues. And I think we can all agree that the Taiwan issue and the prospect of Taiwan fading away is probably a lot more, the stakes are a lot higher for the CCP than signing, a trade agreement with Donald Trump. I think it comes from within the party, and the party would be discussing and debating issues. But as you know, with the Taiwan issue, context is everything. And so if the situation were a leader of Taiwan pushing, and the PRC not pushing back, you could imagine a lot of criticism of the leader. But as you've often pointed out, the guy who gets to be the leader in the first place always comes with a set of software uploaded in him that predisposes him to always be vigilant about the Taiwan issue.
Yeah.
To me, just to finish off, the interesting thing when Chinese scholars make statements like that is I always like to ask them about periods in which the Chinese sort of stake out red lines, but then when things don't go their way, the party's impressive ability to reframe issues in ways that preserve their legitimacy, but also allow them to compromise. And the question becomes, if there's a conflict over Taiwan and the PRC finds itself on the losing side of it, right? Does it go for broke, or does it sort of, pull back and recalibrate?
I am impressed, though, that Beijing's ability to frame issues and the lack of space it has, the purported lack of space it has for compromise, how effective that language is globally, and how good they are, or how short the memory span is of many of us of how much they have shifted their position, compromised on extraordinarily key issues where they had set out a bound of red lines, which they have transgressed and then found a way to normalize it. So that is one of the great attributes of opacity and having total control over the information system, is the ability to reframe a loss as something else. Evan, there's a lot in this report. We've only sort of scratched the surface, but looking at the clock here, I wanted to end by asking you your takeaway from doing this, which is in the back of the report, of course, tying these two together. But what is your big so what from the report in terms of your prognostication for where U.S.-China relations goes? And I especially curious your thought on what the direction of travel is in China. I guess if I can ask a two-parter. Number one is your sense of where Xi Jinping wants to take China's America policy. And as a second question, what possibilities open up for you in the U.S.-China relationship in a post-Xi era? How much of this do you think is now enduring truths in China's view of the world, or at least the leadership's view of the world? And how much is open to debate and discussion should there be some sort of change at the top?
Those are great questions, Jude. So on your first question, sort of my big bottom takeaway is we've entered a new era of the U.S.-China relationship where domestic political dynamics in both sides have changed a lot. The current configuration suggests that domestic politics may be just as important as geopolitics in influencing the trajectory of America's China policy and China's U.S. policy. So I think it's important for us to pay as much attention to the perceptions, the actors, the processes, the incentives in both sides. The thought bubble above my head is there are two fundamental conditions necessary for, let's call it, stable coexistence, competitive coexistence between the United States and China. Number one is you need a strategic modus vivendi. It can be either explicit or implicit, but both sides sort of understanding how to manage the competition and how to balance the competing interests on both sides. So you need a strategic modus vivendi. How is this relationship going to operate? And number two, you need a stable domestic consensus. Those two, I think, are necessary and sufficient conditions for reaching that, whatever that end goal of competitive coexistence. Both of them are going to be incredibly difficult to achieve. I think a strategic modus vivendi will be very difficult under Xi Jinping because, as we've talked about, I think he has great ambitions and he's increasingly capable at advancing them, even though he may have sort of pulled back in the U.S.-China relationship in the last 6 months. If you're Xi Jinping, you've doubled down, if not tripled down on your relationship with Russia. You've expanded the BRICS. You've upped the op tempo of your effort to recruit the global South. You've definitely thread the needle on Iran, where you don't have much responsibility and you're not paying too much cost. So I think if you're Xi Jinping, I just think finding that strategic modus vivendi with the U.S. and a stable domestic consensus is going to be hard because on the domestic side, whether it's the self-reliance agenda or the national security agenda, those create pressures for pulling apart from the United States, not from managing the interdependence. By pulling apart, what I mean is Xi Jinping's goal, the ideal, I think it will be very difficult for him to achieve it, will be to turn complex interdependence into something that looks like asymmetric dependence. In other words, in critical resources and commodities, market access, America needs me more than I need them in a way that I, Xi Jinping, can operationalize it. I think it's going to be very, very difficult to achieve either of those two.
And then the second question was, Xi Jinping makes a sudden announcement that in 5 years that he wants to spend more time at Beidaihe all year round. But let's imagine we have some sort of leadership change. Just generically, how many of the trends right now do you think are just enduring across the strategic elite and stakeholders? And how many of these are really a matter of sort of Xi Jinping's own temperament and worldview? And maybe, I know we may not know, but what's your sense?
Yeah, look, I argue in the piece, I mean, in the very first section on Chinese politics, it's about Xi Jinping's personal views. And I argue that his views are very clear, very prominent in decision-making, and reflected in their U.S. policy. And I think that, unfortunately, for Xi Jinping, there's a real ambivalence about dialogue, negotiation, let alone cooperation, and then the real element necessary for managing competition, which is adopting some modicum of restraint, strategic restraint, right? This is the great lesson that the US and the Soviets only learned after a series of crises in the 40s and 50s and the Cuban Missile Crisis, that actually some degree of restraint, verified, can serve your interests. And so I do believe that there are actors in China that have a greater belief in the role of dialogue and negotiation. They believe that confidence building measures and crisis management tools can serve China's interests while also allowing it to protect its interests. And I think there are those forces that think that his self-reliance, slightly autarkic vision is one that is not good for China's domestic economy, and it's really dangerous for the US-China relationship. So nobody knows what comes after Xi Jinping. Maybe it's a Xi Jinping clone. I do think that there's enough questioning and debate among elites that the aperture could open. And as we know, the generation after Xi Jinping is the 80s generation, at least the 80s generation, even the 90s generation, who simply have a very different experience of China in the world.
Evan, first of all, congratulations on a really fantastic report. For listeners, we only discussed the content starting at, I think, a page 40. So there's really robust amount of great analysis throughout this. Thanks for coming on the podcast, Evan, and really appreciated the discussion.
万事不求人，私人助理、私人顾问时代来临了。六度万事，万事相助，超强博士群不断奉献专项服务，信息、财经、健康、文娱、教育、旅游、消费、科技、美食，让您的生活品质全线升级。六度世界现在体验，请去3w.6度.world。
限时免费期间，全体注册网友免费使用付费版的高级功能如下：支持论坛搜索，免费画图。第一步，点击右上角最左边的机器人符号开始对话，像图片中红框中的那样。第二步，如图选择六度万事，我们未来将推出更多的 AI 供大家选择。然后就可以与六博士悄悄畅谈了。还支持论坛内部信息搜索哦。您还可以让六博士做你的助手，帮你绘制漂亮图片。最后可以点击添加好友进来，一起与六博士工作。一起来3w.6度.world 尝试吧。
大家好，我是六度世界的六博士，我与小六子为大家主持华尔街故事节目，主要内容包括：一、金融巨头布局元宇宙，股市期待；二、量化交易策略盛行，市场效率提升；三、云计算服务竞争加剧，股市关注。类模小六子，可以先跟我们说说金融巨头布局元宇宙，股市期待。
各位亲爱的投资者、科技爱好者以及那些偶然迷路来到这里的网络游民，今天我们要聊的是一个让人既兴奋又头疼的话题：金融巨头们如何在元宇宙这块虚拟的新大陆上插旗。首先，让我们来点科普。元宇宙 （Metaverse） 这个词听起来就像是从科幻小说中走出来的，它指的是一个虚拟共享空间，由数位世界的多个3D 虚拟环境组成，这些环境通过互联网连接在一起。想象一下，你戴上 VR 头盔，1秒钟后，你就可以在虚拟世界里开会、社交、游戏，甚至购物。这不是科幻，这是正在发生的事情。现在，让我们来谈谈金融巨头。这些老牌的金融机构，他们的历史可能比你家的老古董还要久远，但他们对于新技术的敏感度却不容小觑。当元宇宙这个概念开始在科技界和投资界引起轰动时，这些金融巨头也开始行动起来，准备在这个虚拟世界中分一杯羹。想象一下，未来你进入元宇宙， 看到的不再是传统的银行分行，而是一座座宏伟的虚拟金融宫殿。你可以在这里购买虚拟地产，投资虚拟股票，甚至参与虚拟的 IPO。这些金融巨头可能会创建自己的虚拟货币，或者开发一些让你在虚拟世界里也能感受到肾上腺素飙升的投资游戏。当然，这一切都还在起步阶段，但股市已经对这种可能性做出了反应。每当有消息传出某家金融巨头投资了元宇宙相关的项目，或者宣布了与元宇宙有关的合作，他们的股票就可能会出现波动。投资者们的眼睛都在寻找下一个能够在虚拟世界中获得巨大成功的公司。不过，正如任何新兴领域一样，元宇宙也充满了不确定性。这里有无限的可能性，但也有着不少风险。毕竟，这是一个全新的领域，规则还在书写中，而且这个市场的泡沫可能会比你家洗碗槽里的还要大。所以，亲爱的朋友们，当我们看到金融巨头们纷纷布局元宇宙时，我们既要保持乐观，也要保持警惕。毕竟，这可能是一场虚拟的淘金热，也可能是一场华丽的泡沫秀。不过，不管结果如何，这场金融界与科技界的跨界合作肯定会是一个精彩的故事。让我们拭目以待，看看这些老狐狸们在虚拟世界中将如何玩转金融。
谢谢小六子的介绍，那再跟我们介绍一下量化交易策略盛行，市场效率提升。
好的，让我们来聊聊这个充满数字魔法和算法巫师的现代金融故事。量化交易策略如何让市场效率提升，同时也带来了一些颇具戏剧性的情节。在古老的时代，交易市场就像是一个大型的集市，人们大声叫卖，用手势交流，甚至有时候还会拿出半个洋葱来换取一只鸡蛋。但是，随着时间的推移，市场变得越来越复杂，交易者不再满足于简单的交换，他们开始寻找更加精确和高效的交易方式。这就是量化交易策略登场的时刻。量化交易策略，简单来说，就是使用数学模型和计算机算法来分析市场数据，从而做出交易决策。这就好比是在市场上放出了一群携带计算器的猎豹，他们比任何人都跑得快，计算得快，捕捉猎物，也就是交易机会的速度也快。这些算法巫师们、量化交易员不仅仅满足于市场上的显而易见的机会，他们还能通过复杂的数学模型挖掘出那些隐藏在市场深处的宝藏。他们的存在让市场上的信息传递变得更加迅速，价格发现机制更加高效，可以说是给市场效率吃了一颗提速药丸。但是，量化交易策略也并非万能。想象一下，如果所有的猎豹都跑得一样快，那么最终的结果可能就是一场混乱的猎豹大战，而不是和谐的交易场景。这就是我们所说的市场在某些时候可能会出现的闪电崩盘 （flash crash）。当所有的算法同时做出相同的决策时，市场可能会出现短暂的混乱。此外，量化交易策略的盛行也带来了一些有趣的现象，比如，有些量化交易团队会在交易所附近租用办公室，甚至为了减少几微秒的交易延迟，他们会花费巨资铺设直线距离最短的光纤网络。这些行为就像是在玩一场现代版的宝藏猎人游戏，谁能找到最短的路径，谁就能先到达宝藏地。总的来说，量化交易策略的确提升了市场效率，但同时也带来了新的挑战和风险。市场就像一个大型的生态系统，每一个新物种的加入都会带来变化。量化交易就是这样一个强大而又神秘的新物种，它让市场变得更加智能，但也需要我们更加智慧的去理解和管理它。毕竟，没有人希望市场变成一场由数字控制的野蛮游戏，对吧？
谢谢小六子的介绍，那再跟我们介绍一下云计算服务竞争加剧，股市关注。
好的，让我们来聊聊这个让股市投资者们既兴奋又头疼的话题——云计算服务的竞争加剧。首先，想象一下，云计算就像是一个无形的巨人，它的手臂可以伸到地球的每一个角落，给需要的人提供计算能力、存储空间和各种应用服务。这个巨人是如此的强大，以至于它不仅改变了我们存储照片的方式，甚至还改变了企业运营的模式。现在，这个巨人的肌肉，也就是市场份额，正在被几个健身房常客、云服务提供商争夺。这些常客包括了 Amazon Web Services、AWS、Microsoft Azure、Google Cloud Platform、GCP 和一些正在迅速增长的新面孔，比如阿里云和腾讯云。这场竞争就像是一场没有硝烟的战争，每一个提供商都在拼命地推出新服务，降低价格，提高性能，甚至不惜与其他行业的巨头合作，只为了吸引更多的客户上云。 这就像是一场现代版的黄金热，每个人都想在这片数据矿区中分得一杯羹。股市的投资者们对此自然是格外关注，毕竟云计算市场的增长潜力巨大，而且这个市场的蛋糕还远远没有分完。每当有云服务提供商宣布新的客户获得收入增长或者是技术突破，股市就会像被施了魔法一样，股价或上蹿或下跳，投资者们的心情也随之起伏。但是这场竞争也有它的阴暗面，随着竞争的加剧，一些小型或者专注于特定领域的云服务提供商可能会发现自己难以生存。这就像是在一个充满了大型掠食者的丛林中，小动物们必须更加机智和迅速才能生存。总之，云计算服务的竞争加剧是一个充满了机遇和挑战的故事。对于股市来说，这是一个需要持续关注的领域，因为它不仅关乎技术的未来，也关乎那些敢于在云端舞蹈的公司的命运。而对于我们这些旁观者来说，这无疑是一出精彩绝伦的大戏，只是别忘了，这场戏的票价可不便宜哦。
亲爱的观众们，今天我们聊了一些关于金融巨头布局元宇宙、量化交易策略和云计算服务竞争加剧的话题。元宇宙的到来让金融巨头们看到了一个全新的机会，他们可以在这个虚拟世界中创造出无限的可能性。不过，这也可能是一场虚拟的淘金热，我们需要保持警惕。量化交易策略的出现提升了市场效率，但也带来了新的挑战和风险。市场就像一个大型的生态系统，每一个新物种的加入都会带来变化。量化交易就是这样一个强大而又神秘的新物种，它让市场变得更加智能，但也需要我们更加智慧的去理解和管理它。云计算服务的竞争加剧是一个充满了机遇和挑战的故事。对于股市来说，这是一个需要持续关注的领域，因为它不仅关乎技术的未来，也关乎那些敢于在云端舞蹈的公司的命运。所以，亲爱的观众们，你有什么样的想法呢？你对元宇宙、量化交易策略和云计算服务有什么样的看法呢？欢迎在留言区和我们分享你的观点和问题。我们下次再见。谢谢大家收看6度穿越系列节目。这个节目由媒体专业人士、科学家、工程技术人员编纂、设计、制作。但是，这些内容并非用于做出决策或法律裁定的基础。欢迎在节目留言区发表您的见解，纠正节目可能存在的错误。谢谢大家收看。欢迎订阅我们的频道，给我们节目点赞。
6度旅行管家，你的旅行全策划。注册或登录6度世界，点击右上角机器人按钮，然后选择6度旅行管家，就可以开始与 AI 对话了。
你好，很高兴能为你服务。你打算去哪里旅行呢？
我想去希腊。
太棒了，希腊是一个美丽的国家。你对希腊的哪些方面感兴趣呢？比如历史遗迹、美食、海滩或者其他的？
海滩和美食。
好的，了解了。你有没有任何饮食禁忌或者特殊的饮食要求，比如素食、无麸质食品等？
不吃牛肉。
好的，我会注意在推荐餐厅时避免牛肉。你计划的旅行时间是多久呢
？4天。
了解了。你是打算独自旅行，还是和他人一起？这会影响到旅行的安排。
与父母一起。
好的，我会考虑到这一点。你的预算大概是多少呢？这会影响到住宿和餐饮的选择。
1000欧一天。
好的，这是一个相当宽裕的预算。你对住宿有什么特别的要求吗？比如希望住在市中心，或者希望有海景，或者需要特别的设施？
希望有海景。
根据你的需求，我为你找到了一些在希腊的海景酒店。这些酒店都有很好的海景，你可以根据你的喜好和预算来选择。接下来，我将为你规划一个4天的旅行行程。你希望在这4天里每天都去海滩吗？还是希望有1天或2天去参观一些历史遗迹或者市区
？1天海滩，2天历史遗迹，1天市区。
根据你的要求和我从网络上找到的信息，我为你制定了以下的旅行计划。第1天，海滩。你可以选择去希腊最美的海滩之一，比如 Eleftheris 海滩或 Navigo 海滩。这些海滩都有清澈的海水和美丽的景色，在那里你可以尽情享受阳光和海滩，或者参加一些水上活动。第2天和第3天，历史遗迹。第2天，你可以参观希腊最著名的历史遗迹之一雅典卫城，在那里 你可以看到帕台农神庙和其他古代建筑。第3天，你可以选择去德尔菲，这是一个古代的宗教中心，也是世界遗产之一。或者你也可以去克诺索斯宫，这是欧洲最古老的城市之一。第4天，市区。在雅典市区，你可以参观一些有趣的地方，比如古老的坡卡区、现代的购物中心，或者一些美术馆和博物馆。你也可以在当地的餐厅品尝希腊美食，比如希腊沙拉、烤羊肉和橄榄油面包。住宿推荐，根据你的预算和要求，我为你找到了一些海景酒店的推荐，这些酒店都有优美的海景，同时也提供高质量的服务。餐饮推荐，在希腊，你可以尝试一些当地的美食，比如希腊沙拉、烤羊肉和橄榄油面包。但是请注意，由于你不吃牛肉，所以在点餐时需要提醒服务员。希望这个旅行计划能满足你的需求。如果你有任何问题或需要更多的信息，欢迎随时向我提问。